Round one now less than 2 weeks away, and we're just about to start the 9th and final AFL pre-season practice match of this 2022 pre-season. And what a lineup and what a day and what an occasion we have as well. It's Geelong and Richmond, two very successful clubs in the past decade going head-to-head, and we're thrilled to bring you the coverage here on KO Sports Live from GMHBA Stadium. Hello and welcome to the broadcast. Ben Waterworth with you alongside former Docker and Suns midfielder and Werribee coach and just general all-round star, Michael Barlow. Hello, Mick.
Benny, good to be back. Good to be back here at GMHBA Stadium. A big tunnel down there at one end with the construction work. So a spattering of people starting to work their way in, which should prove to be a very good game. Both teams very capable. The rematch of the 2020 Grand Final.
Yeah.
So the fans that have made their way down, a lot of stars out there on show today.
No doubt about that. And Geelong get their wish to play against Richmond at GMHBA Stadium as well. Let's have a look at some of the lineups. It's a big team list today. So there's 6 30-minute terms, no time on today. We're going to see mainly the AFL players across certainly the first 3 to 4 terms, and then VFL players and the young guys in the last 2 terms. From a Geelong perspective, there's no Mitch Duncan, Jack Henry, Brian Myers, Sam Menegola, John Segler or Gary Rowan. Toby Conway was one of their top draftees from last year. He didn't quite get up. He should play next week in the Amy Community Series. But overall, we're seeing a lot of the big guns for the Cats, Hawkins, Dangerfield, Selwood. So lots for those guys to play for today.
Absolutely, Benny. If you're fit and available today, you'll get a run, whether it be 2 quarters, 3 quarters, 4 quarters. They'll all be on show today. Dustin Martin out there for Richmond, which is tremendous as we have a look at the team sheets here for Richmond. Similar story, isn't it? Fit and available, you are playing. How long you're playing for is unsure, but we'll also see a little bit of the unknown as well, with some VFL-listed players getting opportunities at some stage as well.
Yeah, so Dustin Martin's first game since round 18 last year against an opposition side. He obviously suffered that lacerated kidney in round 18 last year. Also, Ivan Soldo plays his first game in almost 18 months. I think Andrew McQualter, the assistant coach, said during the week that he's almost the forgotten man of this Richmond list as well, a premiership player himself. From a perspective of who's not playing for the Tigers, Trent Cotchin not out there. Kane Lambert still working back from a hip injury. Dan Rioli not playing. Jack Graham's got a hamstring that's hampered his pre-season. Matthew Parker injured his foot in an intra-club last week, and no Riley Collier-Dawkins either. But again, the Tigers at pretty full strength.
They are, and I've really enjoyed across these trial periods that the clubs are pretty much wearing their training kits.
Yes.
What did I do the other day? Carlton and St Kilda, and they had just the pure blue on, the navy blue, and the Saints had the pure white on. No, there was no colour clash today, and we won't get one here today, as well as it's interesting to see Toby Nankervis, the newly elected captain for the Tigers, going to shake the Warrior from the Cats in the hoops, Joel Selwood's hand to flip the coin. So, they've done paper, scissors, rock down there, Benny. And it looks like Nankervis has won it and he's kicking to the demolished stand end. So, a very interesting start. No coin, maybe due to COVID, maybe due to under preparation. So everyone just finding their feet, even the organisers of the coin toss.
Well, you walked, I don't know how you felt when you walked in here today, Mick, but there was just, AFLW's been back for a couple of weeks as well, which has been fantastic, and there was just a great vibe and sense walking in today. I know it's a practice game, but there's just this energy that men's footy back, and it's great.
There was. I felt a bit rushed, to be honest. I was a little bit late to the party. I got the train down from Newport Station to South Geelong, and I was to the minute, and I didn't factor in the construction work, so I had to walk an extra kilometre around past the Premier Cricket game out the back on the turf. There was a colour clash out there, I'd guarantee you that. There's 2 navy blue sides playing. I'm not sure if it's Geelong first versus Geelong second.
Geelong blue v Geelong white, was it?
Maybe Geelong versus Caulfield or one of those sides. But anywho, there was a big lineup of people. So I think people are starting to think that they can just get here right on the knock and get straight in. But, as I said, everyone's starting to just work back into some sort of normality in Victoria. And I'd imagine it's a big day for the management team here at GMHBA Stadium to make sure that the fans are accommodated for. But very much looking forward to it. Tom Hawkins in the front half for the Cats as he makes his way down there. It's great to see in the black. It's Robbie Tarrant coming across from North Melbourne. So that matchup is one that will be interesting to watch, as clearly the Tigers went out and targeted Tarrant. to bring him in
Yep.
to accommodate for the loss of David Ashbury, the retirement, somewhat a shocked retirement, wasn't it?
It was.
Here we go. It's Stanley and Nankervis.
And Dustin Martin versus Patrick Dangerfield at the first centre bounce as well. As we get underway in this pre-season practice match, Ross with an early handball in there. Dustin Martin trying to pounce on the ball here. Stanley picks it up. The loose ball handball to Parfitt, who gets on the left and kicks up towards half forward. There's the number 18, Tyson Stengel. Our first look at him. He's got Jaden Short for company, but Stengel, who was initially drafted into the AFL as a rookie by the Tigers, went to the Crows, had some issues, obviously, that's been well documented off the field, and now he's in a Geelong jumper.
He's got Jaden Short as well, and he's trying to take Jaden Short deep, which is a very good ploy because Jaden Short's run and pop off half back, especially when he's high, very damaging.
So the Cats coming off a season where they were just demolished by the Demons in that preliminary final, namely Max Gawn in one of the great individual finals performances. The Tigers surprisingly missing out on finals. They're all sort of flop for them in the final 2 months of that season, but I think when you talk to most pundits, Mick, and footy fans as well, I don't think they're expecting Richmond to go anywhere in terms of too far outside the top 8 for too long.
That's exactly right. So, yeah, a fit and healthy Dustin Martin. They bring in Robbie Tarrant. Yeah, that core group of high-end talent is still there. So a return to the finals, a lot are predicting that is the case.
A holding free kick in the ruck contest. It will go the way of, as Mick mentioned, the new co-captain of the Tigers, Toby Nankervis. Just the second Tasmanian full-time to take on the Richmond captaincy. The only other one was the great Royce Hart back in the early 60s, 70s. As the Tigers, that was almost could have been a throw against Prestia, and it was. And
the free kick's going to go to Zach Tui here, who lined up on the wing, so a little bit of a positional change to get him up the ground a little bit further with that booming kick.
Yes, and with no Mitch Duncan obviously playing as well. Dustin Martin getting his hand on the ball to Prestia, who turned nicely and able to get the short kick off. And this is Jaden Short. He's worked his way up to the wing, hoping for some run from behind. He gets it from McIntosh, but Mick, we caught a lot of VFL games on KO last year where that blessed boundary line on that outer side got a fair work out, and I think we might...
The skinny ground, yeah. The broadcast side as well is very well known for out-of-bounders for sides in the white shorts. Today, the Cats are in the white shorts, the home strip, but in particular, interstate sides come here and just whack it in the grandstand all day.
Great run from Isaac Smith off half-back. Up towards half forward. Cameron met it first, brought it to ground. Close brought down. Great tackle coming from Arts on that occasion. Close still working in there, but there's a free kick going the way of the Cats, and Stengel will get a kick and a 50-metre penalty against Arts. So this will bring Stengel to within goal-kicking range.
That it will, and the new rule that the umpires have brought in, that one wasn't there for that. That was just not handed back correctly by Nathan Broad in terms of handing it back to Stengel, but I've got my eyes on the umpires today to see how they go with the new rule in terms of aggressive behaviour towards them. Haven't seen too many paid across the early stages of these trial games, but keep an eye on it.
Geelong's new small forward, Tyson Stengel, gets the first goal of the game. He, as we mentioned, rookie with Richmond, played a couple of games there, traded to Adelaide, played 14 games there, picked up as a delisted free agent last year. I think Eddie Betts' presence at the Cats has played a big part in him coming to the club, and he could be a really handy pickup, Mick, this year. Yeah,
absolutely. Showed a huge amount of form. Woodville, West Torrens in the Sandful, and has scrapped and clawed his way back, and there's still some work to do, clearly, in terms of making sure his life is very stable and very routine, and the Cats are supplying that environment as we speak. Couldn't have asked for a better start in terms of just a gimme. He would have had to kick it in from 70 metres out. Instead, the 50-metre penalty took him essentially to point-blank range. Joel Selwood started on the bench, the skipper, so now he's inside that centre square bounce with Paddy Dangerfield. Dion Prestia's in there. Dustin Martin.
Jack Ross also in there as well, a player who's been on the sort of in and out of this Richmond side for a couple of seasons as well, but highly regarded centre bounce midfielder as Dangerfield gets the clearance to Selwood. Linking up via hand and working well with Max Holmes, who's had a terrific pre-season. His kick inside 50 wasn't terrific though, and it's chopped off. There is Robbie Tarrant with his first intercept mark. To Ross, and now to Prestia. He's had a couple of injury-interrupted seasons. Gutsy kick towards the middle, and it comes off to Edwards. And now McIntosh presenting on the wing. Keeps it low to Bolton. We've got a clean bounce and a clean gather as well, and a terrific kick to Revolt for Richmond's first inside 50.
And that's coast to coast. Started with Robbie Tarrant right at the full back line, and all they did was turned around and just saw an option and hit the option. So high-end skill execution there by the Tigers. The one scrubbed kick, essentially, from Shane Edwards found its mark, and they were very clean and composed. So just the importance of doing the basics well.
Revolt passes it off, and Bolton read it best. Atkins was trying to get back into the hole to intercept, but again, Revolt with a well-executed pass, and Bolton can have a kick for goal.
Yeah, I'm not sure the Geelong defensive coach or backs coach would be super impressed with that in terms of the loose checking. Initially, with the ability for Bolton just to come up at the ball unencumbered, but then Atkins just missed his positioning there by 2 or 3 metres, and Shea Bolton gets the mark.
Re-signed with the Tigers in recent times, such an important part of this Richmond team going forward. He missed on that occasion into the construction zone there, and I reckon the Helmets will have a fair workout today with balls going behind the goals as the Cats move the ball to half-back, and Dangerfield presents.
Superstar turned lifesaver last week,
yes.
Paddy Dangerfield. He said he didn't really want to make a big deal of it, but I think he did, to be honest.
Higgins inside 50. Hawkins has got to beat 2. He brought it to ground, but the umpire said there was a free kick for chopping the arm, so Broad will receive the free kick.
Got clobbered, Nathan Broad. One of those players that's come in as a mature age draftee. He turned himself into a 3-time premiership player and a mainstay in this Richmond lineup.
Yeah, missed the last 8 games of last year due to injury, but he's recovered well and all set for 2022. Lynch is at the back here. Fly from the side from Stewart. Couldn't quite hold on to it. Atkins at ground level to Dangerfield. Took on Ross, and Ross took on him, but Dangerfield was good enough to get it to Higgins, and he finds Hawkins. And Hawkins marks in a tough spot for most players. Hawkins normally very good in that situation nonetheless, but he's found a pass on the inside, and Jeremy Cameron on the right side for a left footer.
Yeah, he'll go back and pop this one through. He'll love this situation. You'd like him here compared to 25 metres out directly in front. No, you wouldn't.
He curled it nicely, but just started out to the left too much. He's coming off a 39-goal 2021 campaign, played the 15 games as well. But that synergy with Hawkins finding Cameron there would have been very exciting for Cats fans.
And Richmond had paired off and found their direct opponents really well. So the ability of Jeremy Cameron just one-on-one there shows the nous of him. If he can get the one-on-one matchup, his agility and his nous just hit back up at the ball and became the obvious option.
Flosstone's kick, hoping for a revolt, but Tom Stewart thumping it over the boundary line and out of bounds. Tommy Stewart played the 20 games last year, but obviously the back end of his campaign was ruined by injury somewhat. 3-time All-Australian. What a wonderful mature age pickup he has been for the Cats. So we bring the ball back into play here with just a reminder we're 30-minute flat quarters today, so the clock will continue during boundary throw-ins and after goals. McIntosh trying to explode away from the stoppage. Edwards clean at ground level to Prestia. Into the arc, over the head of Castagna and into the lap of Stewart.
Just reads it so well, Tom Stewart. You're just waiting for him to not have a tremendous year. Every year he plays, he has a tremendous year, and he's just got a knack of playing like a forward behind the ball and intercepting like he just did there.
Terrific kick to Higgins, which has really opened up the ground, and Close, who was one of Geelong's most improved players last season, presents to Smith, who'll look for an option inside 50. He pulled the trigger to Hawkins, and he takes the slips catch just below the turf, just above the turf, rather.
You'll like a look at it from here. The unconventional kicking fade he has, doesn't he, Tom Hawkins? So we'll get a really good look at it from here from the broadcast position. So often the right footer will take it right to left. Tommy Hawkins will just work it back to the right. I say that, but let's wait and see if that actually rings true. Or does he just go straight through the big ones?
62 goals last year for Tom Hawkins.
He just shanked it.
Shanks it, and lucky to score in the end. But when you think about superstars of the game, he's got 46 goals at least in his past 10 consecutive seasons. In the modern day footy era, it is incredible that a tall forward has been able to produce consistency like that.
Yeah, and a lot of these Geelong players haven't just hung in, into their 30s. They've excelled, and Tom Hawkins is just the example of that.
Yeah, personified by the fact that he's been in the All-Australian team the past 3 consecutive seasons. Zach Guthrie goes short. Nice hard ball win there and found Jeremy Cameron on the half-forward flank. Radagalia calling for it long, along with Hawkins. He pulls it short, though, Cameron. Evans presented. And the Tigers do well to work it out via hand. Prestia to Castagna, who's worked his way all the way up to half-back to present. So most of the crowd today is on the broadcast side of the ground as the Tigers go up towards the wing. Stanley in front, Spore from behind from Nankervis. Prestia very busy early. There's Soldo to Dustin Martin to Revolt.
Nothing ahead. Only Bolton versus 4 or 5 of the men in hoops, so he just had to go back, take his time, and I think he's claiming he's going to have a shot at goal, which is a bit unrealistic for mine.
He goes into the pocket to Lynch. Great body work. He had Stewart for company, but positioned himself beautifully, did Tom Lynch, and he can have a shot for goal. Yeah, great spread and work rate offensively there from the Tigers. That took on about 25 metres. He nearly called play on. But, as I said, Jack Riewoldt got it on the edge of the centre square, looking forward, and it was all blue and white hoops. So the ability of Jack Riewoldt to take a nice deep breath, pull right back off his mark, and allow the cavalry to arrive was brilliant. It's a bit of a surprise, I suppose, for people outside the Richmond walls to see a co-captaincy announcement recently with Toby Nankervis and Dylan Grimes. What an opportunity for the ruckman, the 3-time premiership ruckman, and he starts with a wonderful set shot kick and gives Richmond their first major. Yeah, great start by the skipper in terms of output. Yes, he's a ruckman, but he's popped forward and hit the scoreboard really early in the match. He's just had a bit of a power move against Dustin Martin. Took a mark at half back. Martin lingered for the handball receive, and I'd imagine 99%, nearly 100% of AFL players should be thinking, okay, Dustin Martin's around, I'm just going to give him the handball, especially if you're a big ruckman. But the big Nank said, no, I'll pull back off my mark and spear one. So loves his ability by foot, and he executed nicely there. So unselfish Tom Lynch. Nankervis finishes the good work, and 1 point in it. The Cats lead. And that's been a trademark of Tom Lynch over the past couple of seasons, is his ability to bring teammates into the game as well. Hasn't kicked the big bags of goals that he kicked in his first season with the Tigers or during his time at the Suns. He never passed it at the Suns, I can guarantee you that. His Selwood, speaking of experience, Mick, has Tui, who assesses and goes long inside 50. Hawkins wanted a free kick. It won't quite get to him. It does in the end. Got a horrible bounce. Ralph Smith picks up the loose ball. Goes towards a one-on-one contest here. Arts arrives to lend support. Back to Ralph Smith. Hurried right foot kick towards true centre half back. Great fist there from Stanley. Dustin Martin running onto the ball. Holmes attacked it with great ferocity, but unfortunately couldn't quite find a teammate. And the Tigers have numbers running forward of the ball here. Baker to Martin, who checks the kick, but it's not a great one, and straight down the throat of Blitzarves. Yeah, they like to get behind the ball, don't they, the Cats, and set up a +1 or +2, and it paid off there. A little bit of rust there from the great one, Dustin Martin. To Tui, who goes deep inside 50. Stengel went over his head. Parfitt working in the pocket here with Broad. Wanted a free kick, none forthcoming. Stengel runs out of real estate. They've been looking sort of for that small forward to arrive, and hopefully Stengel can provide that. It's a great point. I think that was their deficiency the longer the season went last year. Dalhouse is a warrior, was limited in the final series in terms of scoreboard impact and I suppose overall impact on the game. Sean Higgins, similarly, ended up being the sub throughout the finals campaign. So Stengel's the one they've got their eyes on. Tarrant was interfered with as he went up for that intercept mark. So the Richmond recruit, who was part of the Callum Coleman-Jones trade, that saw Coleman-Jones go to the Kangaroos. I mean, Tigers fans getting their first look at him working alongside Jaden Short and this man, Nick Flostone. Another terrific player for the Tigers. Just the 12 games, though, last season. Castagna. So a slow build-up here for the Tigers as they work their way around that outer wing. Cats within a 1-point early lead here. Great to have you with us on KO Sports for the AFL pre-season practice match. A heap of players hit the deck. And in the end, may have been Sam de Koning who gave away the free kick to Lynch. Yeah, Tommy got pushed right out the front of that one. I think it was just a little bit clumsy by de Koning. And they can use the outnumber around the ball here, which they do. McIntosh again presenting on that outer side. Good run from Short. It's a thumping kick. It'd be a chance from here. This would
have to go 55, but again, purposeful build-up.
This is the hard running of McIntosh, who is such a wonderful aerobic beast.
Skills are supreme for this time of year by these two teams, especially early in games. The ball can spill around a bit. Players can fumble the ball and not be prepared to hit their kicks. But two top-end teams really utilising the ball very well.
Dual premiership player, Camden McIntosh, tight angle to work with and just squeezes it through for a minor score. 1-2-8 apiece. Yes, it's been interesting. We've seen Essendon and the Bulldogs on Wednesday was a very slick, skilled game. Great performance from both teams. There's been a couple other games which probably haven't quite been up to that same standard, but good early signs in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the scoring's been an issue in those closer games across the trial periods.
Yep.
There's been a couple of blowouts, but early this one, they've had their opportunities, 1-2-8 apiece, but you'd hope a nice high-scoring close affair here for the neutral observer like you and I, Ben.
Yes. Guthrie up towards half-forward. Cameron caught against two there. Fish came from Miller down to Ralph Smith. Sets Holdo a task below his knees. Cats have numbers around the ball here. Comes back to Miller. Baker went behind over his head and it did it well. Dow to Martin. And Nankervis dropped the mark, but he's got Edwards just in front of him. Almost could have allowed Edwards to pick up the ball. Edwards gets it nonetheless. Slick hands to Baker. Handballs over the top to Castagna. A reasonably open Richmond forward line. And Castagna, great patience and skill there. It wasn't quite the 15 metres or may have hit the deck. Nonetheless, Castagna gets it back. Kicks short. Shocking bounce for Rewalt. Tries the trademark little 1%er through the legs. Didn't quite come off. Close supplies to Shepherd. Allows Stewart to pick up and handball back to Close, and the Cats are out of danger momentarily. And Hawkins bounced off his chest and out of bounds.
Didn't have the desired result, did it, in terms of a goal to Richmond? That was Richmond of their 3 premierships in 4 years. Just keep the ball moving forward. A lot of over-the-head handballs and show up to support your mate, which they did. Jack Rewalt tried to knock it on, and it was only a shin of a defender for the Cats that stopped it getting through to a walking goal for the Tigers.
Flostone pumps it deep into the arc. Nankervis is there. Stewart flying over the top athletically. Another strong fist over the line from the star All-Australian defender. So, not a lot of breeze out there at the moment, but you sense in the middle of June, July, Mick, when that grandstand's still a little bit open, it might cause havoc for visiting teams. As Atkins receives out of the stoppage to Higgins. Just missed the handball there. Parford one-on-one with Lynch. Lynch did well at ground level. Paddling it back. Views off the ground. Great pick up from Dangerfield to Parford. They go long. Stengel's trying to try and beat Noah Bolter. Did well to force a contest. And then Bolter follows up with a crunching tackle. The umpire has a good look and then happy to see it over the line into neutral territory.
Big time, wasn't it? Bolter comes in and lays a huge tackle on Luke Dalhouse. I don't think they would be boxing in the same weight division, but
No.
Dalhouse down head into the turf. Pristine turf here at GMHBA Stadium, and the fans were involved there.
Very much so. Yeah, great little scattering of fans here on this broadcast side. It's the kick short from Dow. Intercepted here by DeConing. Cam Guthrie stripped of it. Caught holding the ball. Great tackle from Prestia, who's impressed early. And there's plenty of players on inside 50. Prestia has Lynch leading, his former son's teammate.
He's got the chopper.
Lynch was interfered with illegally and can have a set shot.
Yeah, that's where they would really rate themselves one-on-one. Teams just find it really hard to isolate Tom Stewart, as they did on this occasion. Kolajasny came across and may have been the offender, but yeah, Tom Stewart one-on-one with Tom Lynch. He'd really like the number 19 of the black and gold getting a good run and jump at it and winning most of those contests.
4th season with the Tigers after we joined by the Gold Coast Suns, and that is a terrific textbook set shot finish from Tom Lynch, and he puts the Tigers in front.
Yeah, it's the big guns, isn't it, across the first patch of this game that have showed up and flexed their muscles. Looking forward to watching some of the lesser knowns establish themselves on the game the longer the game goes. Miller across half-back. Again, opportunity in terms of the big man stocks for Richmond. As mentioned, Asprey retiring, no Grimes for the short term. Ralph Smith gets an opportunity. He's another player that's had a bit of opportunity last year, not a huge amount. And Jackson Ross getting a lot of time through the middle of this star-studded Richmond lineup, as well as Thompson Dow, who is into, I think, his third season of AFL football, and so often that is go time in a young man's career.
Pick 21 in the 2019 draft, Thompson Dow. He's lined up next to Dangerfield at the centre bounce, and it'll be Radaglia and Bolter to go up in the ruck. I can get the sense that Richmond are going to be happy to throw Bolter around the field a little bit this season, including in the forward line. I'm seeing him a bit in the ruck today as Dow gets a toe poke out of the middle. Buse fumbled. Bolter was tackled. Hands here from Rewalt. Again, paddles it forward to the advantage of Bolton, who just chips the kick beautifully into the path of Lynch, who's looking ominous early inside the arc.
He has, hasn't he? And he's doing it in the air and then on the lead, and he set one up. So if he goes back and slots this one, he's played a major contribution in all 3 goals.
Blitzarves is manning the mark on this occasion. Lynch has also momentarily had time on Sam De Koning. We'll talk about the sort of the Geelong key defensive setup in a moment as Lynch has another look at the goals and splits the middle. He's got 2 goals in a minute, and the Tigers extend their lead. And with Lockie Henderson obviously retiring, Harry Taylor the year before as well, it's a very different looking Geelong defensive unit, and Sam De Koning's going to be the guy that looks like he's got the responsibility to step up.
Yeah, that does. So Blitzarves, again, he's been the Mr. Fix-It for a long time for the Cats, but he'll play a major role in the back 6. De Koning, as mentioned. The smalls have got the job done for a long time. Stewart acts as that perfect hybrid that can play on small, play on tall, but ideally float across and support. Zach Guthrie's one that, by all reports, has had a big summer, and I've got to avoid being cliche and saying stuff like that, actually. So that's a little clip for me. That's warning 1. But he's been around a long time, Zach Guthrie, and again, a great part of the club culturally and whatnot. But there's a big opportunity for him to establish himself in the back 6.
Stanley athletically in the ruck down at Dangerfield. No one going into the direction where Dangerfield was handballing. So Bolter picks up and puts it into the space for Arts to work with. Another inside 50 for the Tigers. There is Zach Guthrie playing on Jack Rewalt on that occasion, and Guthrie able to find the boundary line. He's grown the hair out a little bit. Zach Guthrie always gone with the shorter look, but he's maybe trying to emulate brother Cam a little bit.
Yeah, I think that point that Zach Guthrie on Rewalt's not a huge key forward by any stretch, but the limitations in terms of the bigs behind the ball for the hoops, it's a must-watch.
Bolton to Baker and
another one,
Lynch.
Tom.
Terrific contested mark, crashes into the behind post as well. He's luckily straight up to his feet, but again, the gun key forward.
I think they should keep him out for all 630s today. He might kick 20.
Certainly looking like there was going to be some big goal kickers in the Hawthorn-Collingwood game yesterday as that game progressed into the 6th period. Lynch on the left, misses on that occasion. That would have been 3 consecutive goals for the big man. The Tigers, though, nonetheless lead by 13. So early headache, if there is such thing as a headache in this.
They also got rid of Nathan Kruger, who was a promising young key back. He's gone to Collingwood. Might have had a run around yesterday in Morwell, but he seemed the likely one to come back come in after a few years in their program.
Would have given them some big defensive depth, no doubt. Great extraction there from Dow. Prestia into the middle. Big ball to be won here, and it's won by Buse. He's got a pretty open forward line ahead of him now. Selwood streaming into space as well. He's got Close running to his left. He goes to Dangerfield on his right, and Dangerfield does the team thing and hits up Radaglia, who will now go back and kick at goal.
Yeah, exposed them on the outside there, did the Cats. They used the width of the skinny ground. All of the Richmond players got drawn to the contest. And a high up and under, intercept by Buse from half back, and they just used the open side really well. I think Paddy Dangerfield may have had a few thoughts about just having a go at the big ones and then thought, right, we'll bring Asava into the game. Maybe he shouldn't next time.
He misses Radaglia. It's a huge year for Asava Radaglia. Pick 43 in the 2016 draft, 55 games and 38 goals to his name. He just hasn't quite, fully grabbed that opportunity yet.
Oh!
Pieces, a big tackle there from
That's
Parfitt,
so
and Bolter not happy at all.
That's that one, and the replay might tell a little bit of a story here. Okay.
In the end, we'll look at that in a tick as the Cats get the free kick, and Atkins gets to Isaac Smith, who's having a look inside 50, and you can see it's a pretty congested forward arc at that. Radaglia wants it long. It's going towards Cameron in the pocket, and that's a terrific, courageous mark in the end from Jeremy Cameron.
I reckon he's come back into McIntosh's ankle, who gets up pretty gingerly, and he's going to trudge his way off. I don't think that'll be too serious, but have a look at this swinging tackle by Parfitt. I'm thinking that's a bit of a howler from the umpire in terms of what the rules are. The legs lifted. Again, people will be watching at home and say toughen up, but the rules are there in terms of once the ball's been dispossessed, the tackle's got to stop. So, don't want to be too controversial about it, but I think the umpire may have got that one wrong.
In the meantime, Cameron has a kick it at goal and misses to the right.
It's always a set play there, Ben, into the pocket so often for the Cats, the held play. Despite the world being back there for the Tigers, the ability for a key forward to work with some smalls and then lead up, so often it's Hawkins. On that occasion, it was Cameron.
Dow's been very prominent early. Got a nice handball out there. Martin wrapped up by Blitzarbs, and they forced a turnover the Cats. Dangerfield, great, don't argue. To Close, to Selwood, back to Close, to Zach Guthrie. Just the handball was lingered a bit behind him. Back to Parfitt, looking promising early, Brandon Parfitt. Inside 50, Stengel brings it to ground level, crumbs it, snaps it, and hits the post.
Well, that whets the appetite for Cats fans, absolutely. His ability to just compete in the air, brilliant. Bring it to ground and then cat on a hot tin roof type of stuff. Got down, picked up the footy and had a nice bit of purchase on it and luckily just whacked into the timber.
6 scoring shots apiece as we tick down towards the end of this first period. Tigers 3-3, Geelong 1-5. Here's Jack Ross. 29 games in his AFL career so far. Big thumping kick towards half forward. Stewart in position A. De Koning over the back. Also there was Nankervis. De Koning won it. Couldn't quite find a teammate cleanly, and the ball just goes over the line.
And a little bit of connection there again. De Koning, young player coming into this back six. It's been established for some time. You'd imagine the Lockie Henderson, Harry Taylor in years gone past would just seal out their opponent instead of launching for it whilst Tom Stewart's elevated in the air. So that'll just come with time. So a very important few weeks for that back six to build some chemistry.
Martin tackled by Dangerfield. Pretty good when a couple of weeks out from round one, we get to see those two going head to head. We see Selwood and Dangerfield going at it here. Parfitt and Bolton, two of the promising young midfielders of the AFL competition. As Short receives and then kicks it long into the arc. Thumped away there from Bolter, who's moved forward. De Koning paddling it back. Tui and Blitzers both didn't go for the ball. Doesn't matter too much in the end. Atkins was taken high and can get the free kick and turn it over to Soldo, who can have a shot for goal.
The old one-stepper. Tommy Atkins just dusting off some rust from a long off-season. So, right idea, that's their style. Chip, use it by foot. Got the high one, but then just the one-step kick. Hunched right over. And not a desired result. The big man might go back and join his ruck teammate on the majors list.
Good looking kick from Ivan Soldo. And a nice little confidence booster for the ruck. His last game was in the AFL was back in round 17, 2020 against Geelong. But he's only 25 years of age. He's 204 centimetres, a premiership player. He, as Andrew McQualter said, he's the forgotten man of this Richmond list.
He is, and the 1-2 punch in the ruck with Big Nank, and they're splitting some time forward and in the middle. So, what's so often just some confidence, exudes these big guys when they're given opportunity. More so than I suppose the average player through the midfield or halfback or whatever those positions may be. That the ruckmen, so often come into their career undersized, underdeveloped, and have to fight fire with fire. And it's a waiting game. The Aaron Sandiland situation took 23, 24 years of age before he really established himself. Max Gawn, well documented, 23, 24 before his career really got the lights under it.
Back in the middle, Stanley and Nankervis. Great hands from Cam Guthrie. Great acceleration from Dangerfield. Inside 50, Stengel.
He's been dangerous.
He really has. Looked lively for the Cats early as the delisted free agent.
And this will give us an understanding of how that confidence is going. I don't think he lacks it.
He's got Hawkins leading short and he finds him.
Set play, Benny. So whenever a Geelong player is outside their range, they'll try and open up that pocket space, the awareness that so often the congestion is through the middle. So they'll just work in tandem to try and access the footy. Yes, it's in the pocket, but it's a little bit closer.
And on the right side for a right footer, and in the hands of a man who does this snap situation better than most players in the competition. Tom Hawkins round the body, misses. So that's the Cats' 6th minus score of the game. They're 1-6-12. And as the siren sounds to end this first period, Richmond lead this one by 15 points. Tyson Stengel kicked the first goal of the game, then Richmond piled on 4 goals on the trot, and some promising signs for the Tigers, particularly Tom Lynch. He has 2 early goals in this one. Great to have you with us on KO Sports. We'll take a short break, come back with some special comments from Michael Barlow, and have the second term action on the other side of this. Great tackle coming from Arts on that occasion. Close to working in there, but there's a free kick going the way of the Cats, and Stengel will get a kick. And a 50-metre penalty against Arts last season presents to Smith, who'll look for an option inside 50. He pulled the trigger to Hawkins, and he takes the slips catch just below the turf, just above the turf.
His time, and I think he's claiming he's going to have a shot at goal, which is a bit unrealistic for mine.
He goes into the pocket to Lynch. Great body work. He had Stewart for company, but positioned himself beautifully, did Tom Lynch, and he can have a shot for goal.
Yeah, great spread and work rate offensively there from the Tigers. That took on about 20.
The announcement recently with Toby Nankervis and Dylan Grimes. What an opportunity for the ruckman, the 3-time premiership ruckman, and he starts with a wonderful set shot kick and gives Richmond their first major.
Yeah, great start by the skipper in terms of output. Yes, he's a ruckman, but he's popped forward.
Hands here from Rewalt. Again, paddles it forward to the advantage of Bolton, who just chips the kick beautifully into the path of Lynch, who's looking ominous early inside the arc. Space as well. He's got close running to his left. He goes to Dangerfield on his right, and Dangerfield does the team thing and hits up Radaglia, who will now go back and kick at goal. Grab that opportunity yet.
Oh!
Pieces, a big tackle there from Parfitt. And Bolter promising early Brandon Parfitt. Inside 50, Stengel brings it to ground level, crumbs it, snaps it, and hits the post.
Well, that whets the appetite. Majors list.
Good looking kick from Ivan Soldo. And a nice little confidence booster for the ruck. His last game was in the AFL.
Majors list.
Good looking kick from Ivan Soldo. And a nice little confidence booster for the ruck. His last game was in the AFL, was back in. Close brought down, great tackle coming from Arts on that occasion. Close to working in there, but there's a free kick going the way of the Cats, and Stengel will get a kick. And a 50-metre penalty against. Close brought down, great tackle coming from Arts on that occasion. Close to working in there, but there's a free kick going the way of the Cats, and Stengel will get a kick. And a 50-metre penalty against Arts last season presents to Smith, who'll look for an option inside 50. He pulled the trigger to Hawkins, and he takes the slips catch just below the turf, just above the turf.
His time, and I think he's claiming he's going to have a shot at goal, which is a bit unrealistic for mine.
He goes in the pocket to Lynch. Great body work. He had Stewart for company, but positioned himself beautifully, did Tom Lynch, and he can have a shot for goal.
Yeah, great spread and work rate offensively there from the Tigers. That took on about 20.
The announcement recently with Toby Nankervis and Dylan Grimes. What an opportunity for the ruckman, the 3-time premiership ruckman, and he starts with a wonderful set shot kick and gives Richmond their first major.
Yeah, great start by the skipper in terms of output. Yes, he's a ruckman, but he's popped forward.
Hands here from Rewalt. Again, paddles it forward to the advantage of Bolton, who just chips the kick beautifully into the path of Lynch, who's looking ominous early inside the arc. Space as well. He's got close running to his left. He goes to Dangerfield on his right, and Dangerfield does the team thing and hits up Radaglia, who will now go back and kick at goal. Grab that opportunity yet.
Oh,
Pieces, a big tackle there from
that's
Parfitt.
So
and Bolter promising early. Brandon Parfitt inside 50. Stengel brings
Well
it to
done.
ground level, crumbs it, snaps it, and hits the post.
Well, that whets the appetite. Majors list.
Good looking kick from Ivan Soldo. A nice little confidence booster for the ruck. His last game was in the AFL.
Majors list.
Good looking kick from Ivan Soldo. A nice little confidence booster for the ruck. Second quarter action just moments away from GMHBA Stadium. It's the 9th and final AFL pre-season practice match of 2022. And it is the Tigers leading the Cats 4-3-27 to Geelong 1-6-12. Great to have you with us on KO Sports. Ben Waterworth with you alongside former star Docker and goalkeeper Michael Barlow. The skills were really slick in that first quarter. The Tigers just able to make the most of their opportunities up forward.
Yeah, absolutely they were. So the skills on both sides were tremendous, apart from in front of the big sticks for the Cats, wasn't it, in terms of 1 goal 6. Not a great return in terms of all of their opportunity that they did have. So the Tigers used it really well. You could tell they were a bit more purposeful with their build-up in terms of kick and take some ground and back their skills in by foot. So often they like to get the ball in motion and they're happy with a scrappy game in terms of just forcing the ball forward with handball and knock-ons. But it was a fairly methodical build-up because that's been the Cats' trademark for a long time in terms of owning the ball, owning possession, working it up nice and controlled, and then giving their big guys an opportunity inside forward 50. Hawkins has had a few looks at it, as well as Jeremy Cameron. So they have been the main, I suppose, guys that have missed the opportunities in front of the big sticks. And the longer the game goes, you'd imagine they'd really straighten up their radars.
And they've got, you can see Radaglia as well as Hawkins and Cameron heading inside forward 50 as well. And so Chris Scott really giving this look up forward of Cameron, Radaglia and Hawkins a crack in this game. Radaglia coming out of the goal square to start.
Joel Selwood starting forward for the Cats as well, giving some more opportunity to players like Parfitt, who played a fair bit of football through the midfield last year as well at Guthrie, and Dangerfield, some of the mainstays.
Second term underway. Tigers will get the first clearance. Prestia to Martin, who's moving pretty well in his first game back. Prestia rushes a kick in towards that flank area, but it's thumped away from one of those players there and out of bounds in front of a really good sputtering of fans who've made their way into the ground today. Good to have some men's footy back as well. Great vibe around the ground as you walked into GMHBA Stadium on a Saturday afternoon. Stanley decisively down, just out of the reach of Buse, who's got a couple of issues now, but he handballs back, stolen there by Edwards, just couldn't quite find a teammate in that second paddle, and the Cats can pounce out of defence. Parfitt and Higgins and Selwood all linking up via hand. Zach Guthrie goes short and hits up Dangerfield.
He'll hit this, sees it and hits it. Great kick.
And Selwood kept on running, and he wants to try and free up Zach Guthrie, and he does. And Parfitt's on over the top. He can have a good look at the goals here, but Dow arrived at the right time. Radaglia couldn't quite gather it cleanly on the first bounce there. Hawkins keeps it alive, trying to fit it towards Cameron.
Whoa.
Dow with an interesting kick, but it comes off perfectly, and Castagna can slow the tempo down for Richmond.
It was a great chase and run down by Thompson Dow, but then he'd forgotten how to actually kick the ball. He threw it up like he was a beginner. Needed the manual to actually figure out what to do with the Sharon.
Ross to Broad, to Prestia, back to Broad, that time via hand, looping it over the top to Baker, who's been a wonderfully improved player over the past 2 to 3 years. That handball from Ross smothered by Stewart, who's playing with ample determination and presence out of defence so far. Stengel's had a good start. Kicks inboard to Parfitt, and they're moving the ball with plenty of purpose at the moment, the Cats. Smith goes long, hoping for Cameron and finding Cameron.
Brilliant ball movement. Brilliant ball movement. Used the outer side really well. Stengel let up at the football as a high forward, turned really quickly, identified a spare cat. Didn't get used, but Bradley Close's ability to run the lane, broadcast side, if it wasn't going to be Cameron, it was going to be Bradley Close running into an open goal. He ran from half back and went as quickly as the football went. So good offensive spread. Not utilised that time, but the more he does that, the more opportunities he'll get.
2 behinds in the first quarter for Cameron, and he still can't get a goal on the board. So he's now got 0 goals, 3. He's
done some great work on social media across the off-season, Jeremy Cameron, the outdoor athlete I think he goes by. Here's an away player kicking it out on the full, first one of the day.
Might be the first of many as well. We've got 6 periods of, remember, to take in today on KO Sports as Higgins goes long inside 50. There's 3 Tigers going up there. Broad able to take it cleanly, handballing it off to Miller. And a beautiful kick out of defence. Well done by Cam Guthrie to force it to ground, but Baker good enough to pick it up cleanly. To Prestia. Down to Martin, who had 3 Cats closing on him. And now Dangerfield pounces on the left. Missed Jeremy Cameron, just mistimed or misread where the ball was going to go after the contest. Still alive though. That ball out of bounds. It wasn't according to the boundary umpire. Right to the top of the goal square. Miller brings it to ground. Hawkins was there as well. Broad. Dustin Martin. Handball there along the turf. Ralph Smith. Prestia. Free kick. Might go back here to the Tigers. It may have been Prestia was dealt with after he disposed of the ball.
Yeah, the closing speed of the Geelong players. I think there was 6. They just surrounded Dustin Martin as soon as that handball had a bit of leverage and closed him down, forcing the turnover.
Great mark on the lead there from Nankervis in front of Stanley.
This time he gives it to him.
Straight away to Martin. And in the end, Revolt let Blitzers go up uncontested. Stewart applied the tackle on Lynch. Then another tackle, no free kick paid. Buse feigned the kick and then handballed it straight into Revolt as the ball trickles over the white paint.
I think it might have been a little bit of an evener-upner there by Tom Lynch. Got swung 360, missed his foot, and then also dispossessed was a Cat straight after that bit of play, and the umpire thought, I missed the first one, so I might miss the second one as well. Results in a throw-in.
Stanley, good body work to Higgins. Along the wing, Radicalea sported away there from Miller, and Dangerfield having a lot of the footy today. Kicks towards Cameron. Grabbed it clean on the half volley, wrapped up immediately. Dangerfield, great hand pass over the top to Close, who goes deep inside 50. Stengel again, presents and marks.
It's falling in his lap a little bit today, Tyson Stengel, not without hard work rate and the ability to work up and down the ground. That was just a shank kick inside forward 50, and Stengel was actually out of position. His direct opponent, maybe I'm a bit harsh on Bradley Close there, he got a fairly good purchase on it and kicked it to the fat side. Felt like Nathan Broad had a really good position on Stengel. The ball had some elevation, but it was perfectly executed. Whether it was by design or not, we'll give Bradley Close the benefit of the doubt that it was.
He gave him the sand for last year. 44 goals from his 19 games, earning him a second chance at AFL level. And he has got the yips as well. The Cats, 1 goal 8.
Who are they paying down there to execute the goal kicking?
No, maybe we should be paying you, Mick.
No. Well, not my bread and butter at all. I don't have many skill sets to really maximise, but goal kicking's right down the order. Now Josh Jenkins, he was always a pretty handy kick in front of goal. He only ever used to kick him from 3 metres out.
That's true. He's doing some ruck coaching. Saw him actually at quarter time working with Asava Radagolea. That long kick before from Richmond came from Josh Gibcus, who was their top pick in last year's draft. Good to see him getting a run really early in this game. Revolt handball over the top to Bolter, hoping for Bolton. Couldn't quite find it cleanly. Buse off the ground. Zach Guthrie, just looks like he's bulked up a little bit, Zach Guthrie, over the summer. The Cats able to get it away here. Selwood into the middle of the ground. Broad drops the mark. Stengel again involved. Inside 50 to Cameron on the searching lead. Was he pushed? Umpire said play on. Cats pounce though nonetheless. Holmes towards Hawkins, going back with the flight. Couldn't take the mark. Dangerfield crumbs. There's a holding free kick going the way of Hawkins. And he can now have a set shot for goal, but he's already got 2 behinds to his name.
Yeah, no comment I'm going to make here to make it any easier for the Cats fans watching on, but he's missed a few from harder angles, and he hasn't hit them at all well. So even if he was directly in front for a few of his last shots at goal, he would have missed the way he's striking them at the moment. But maybe he just needed a few strikes to warm himself up, the boy from Finley. They love him in that part of town.
Well, he's normally a very good kick at goal. 62 goals, 37 in his 2021 campaign. And he's kept that low and kept it straight. So Hawkins gets his first, breaks a 4-goal run from the Tigers. And the Cats' full forward reduces the margin to 7.
They could nearly punch that into his contract, I'd imagine. A player like Tom Hawkins, who's been around a while, knows how to kick goals. The goal-kicking coach could very well be Tom Hawkins. Hasn't practiced what he's been preaching early today, but that one is a good finish. And yeah, they've dominated the possession battle and inside their front half battle this quarter. Have Geelong just, again, carrying on from that first period. They haven't been able to capitalise in front of goal, but the more you get to, the more opportunities you will get. So Hawkins has straightened up that radar now.
So this is the second of 6 terms that we're having today at GMHBA Stadium. There'll be a 15-minute break after the second term, and then a 10-minute break after the fourth term, and we'll see a few more sort of VFL-listed players and recent draftees from both clubs having a run, particularly in the 5th and 6th terms today. Martin fumbled, allowed Higgins to pounce. Handballs to Close, who's starting to get busy. Goes behind to Parfitt, back to Higgins. Normally good on the run. The left foot from Higgins just sails over the head of Hawkins and through for a behind.
Fair bit of speculation around Sean Higgins late last year in terms of what the future of his career looked like with the year to run. Luke Dalhouse similar, so they're guys that you'd very well imagine in terms of best 22, where do they sit, and there'd be no guarantees on their position, so a very important couple of weeks for guys like Sean Higgins and Luke Dalhouse.
Particularly because there's a lot of recent draftees at Geelong that have been stuck in the VFL for a couple of years now, and they'll be wanting to try and force their way into that best 22. It's a good conundrum for Geelong's match committee to have this season. There's Baker, his kick was smothered. Stanley able to pick it up and get it to Holmes, to Cameron, who just marks inside the field of play.
That was nearly an NFL wide receiver.
Yes.
Reception, he kept the feet down, channeling his Odell Beckham.
Cameron hoping for Radaglia or Hawkins. Stengel there as well.
Oh.
Stengel, right place, right time, right through the middle. And he's having a really promising first outing in the hoops.
Isn't he what? And I'll tell you who would love that. It was legitimately like watching an Eddie Betts situation. He stayed down and he foxed it. Didn't need to fly. Stayed down knowing he was no chance in the air and got his mitts on the ball just before it was rushed through. So the replay will tell a bit of a story. There's the Odell Beckham wide reception. Nice work by Cameron. Puts it into the hot spot. A couple of Tigers spoil each other. Stengel stays down. The karate kick through the big ones, and they bring it within. Well, they even it all up despite having an extra 5 scoring shots to their name.
That's his second goal, and he came to the bench with to the applause of Cats fans in a practice game.
They've got a new saviour.
Yes.
He's here. He's here to straighten them up inside forward 50 and take them from perennial grand finalists and preliminary finalists and high achievers to the promised land, according to the few thousand that are here today.
He's fitted in with aplomb to the pace of this pre-season practice match with Tyson Stengel so far. Great start from him. He has a rest, and a secondary ball up in the middle. Stanley and Soldo. Bad bounce of Prestia. Good one for Parfitt. Big tackle from Soldo on Parfitt. Holmes back to Stanley with a high kick. Good luck marking that. Speaking about NFL stuff there, that would have been worthy of a fair catch signal, I reckon, there, Mick, as the umpire blows the whistle. And it's going to be advantage paid here to the Tigers. Martin took it. And a spearing kick inside 50. Dropped by Revolt. He's got players on his outside. McIntosh was there, just out of his reach.
Oh, that's a great kick.
Yeah, on the outside of the right boot, finds Castagna.
Now, I don't think you can give that enough credit for how he actually executed that. It wobbled off the boot, but it was fully intended to go to Castagna. As I have no idea what Castagna's doing here in terms of his setup. He's going to do one of those cheeky around the corners, I think. But he's taking all the time in the world. Now he decides to go back and give himself a good bit of run-up to execute the kick. But we'll get a look at the Camden McIntosh kick inside out pretty much to hit Castagna on the chest. It was an absolute ripper.
Considering the direction that he was running in, it's beautifully executed. Can Castagna reward McIntosh's kick? He's off to the right and through for a minor score. Tigers get the lead back by it, but only by one behind.
Spending a little bit more time up the ground. Castagna plays that high forward role, which can be a very tough role at AFL level. Started a couple of times up on the wing, which is going to expose him to more football.
Stewart to Smith to Buse, who's not short of confidence, tucking the ball under the arm towards Dangerfield. And Radaglia coming from behind. Ross with the pick-up. Prestia under the pump here from Rail Smith.
Oh.
Big tackle from Holmes. Umpire calls for a ball up. Yeah, the tackling has been full of intensity in this game so far. Radaglia, shark there by Martin. Towards half forward, thumped away from Bolter. Picked up by Bolton. Back to Bolter. Back to always to Bolton. Stewart comes through and intercepts and sends it towards a 2-on-1. Dangerfield and Vlostone. Two great warriors there. Miller picks up the crumbs to Ralph Smith to Arts. Oh, he didn't quite know that Evans was coming from the other side. Lovely feint, though, from Ross after receiving the handball. Bolton just out of his reach there. De Koning came through. Great shepherd from Stewart, but Bolton kept his footing in the end. Couldn't quite gather below his knees. Stewart to Buse on the left. Rushes it, but straight down the throat of Ralph Smith.
You won't miss Ralph Smith, will you, with the locks?
It's quite an incredible haircut. His kick just...
Turns one possession into two doing that.
Oh, yeah. Good for the statue. He's got it all down pat, Hugo Ralph Smith, and he's good with his second kick there to Ross, to Martin. Moving pretty well, Dustin Martin.
Free as a bird is Castagna. They've got free players out everywhere here, the Tigers.
And the kick was towards a 2-on-1, and somehow Stewart's come up with it. Tigers, though, through Edwards. Kick was smothered. Umpire's paying a free kick here. May have non-controlling umpire may have picked that one up, and Soldo can have a crack at his second.
He might have even paid a high fend in the end. It was absolutely holding the ball. So I think they've missed one there. But the umpire, one of the best in the business, Brett Roseberry, off to the middle of the ground, has paid a high fend, which don't know if it was there, but he threw it out anyway. So just deserts to Soldo, who might go back and put his second major on the board.
Very little angle to work with. And the ruck keeps it low and straight. He's got two. The Tigers extend their lead. Back out to 7 points. Lynch and Solo have 2 goals apiece for the Tigers, and Stengel, the multiple goal kicker for the Cats, with 2.
They're going well. They've combined for 3 of their 5 goals, and Tom Lynch has kicked the other 5. So the big boy's getting it done in the forward 50.
Nankervis being the other goal
for
kicker.
The Tigers, yes. And Nankervis sharing it. He wanders down to be the nominated player in the 10-yard square opposed to De Koning. So it's loosened up a little bit in terms of scoring this quarter, but the skills are still there for everyone to see. The longer this goes, 6 30-minute periods, you'd imagine we're going to see 40 to 45 players shuffled through the 6 periods. The fatigue will set in. The later, I suppose, this goes into this period and into the next period, and a fresh batch will appear after the 3rd period.
Radaglia favoured by the bounce, but couldn't find a teammate. Martin with another clearance, arches the back, accelerates away, takes a bounce, thumps it inside 50 to Lynch. Trademark Dustin Martin out of the guts, and Lynch with another mark inside the arc.
He's got this in him, Tom. He can whack it a long way. Very unselfish, though, as we've alluded to in the call. And this whole Richmond side is, I think it's a real part of their culture to bring others into the game, celebrate others' successes. As that rapturous applause you hear is Dustin Martin making his way to the boundary line.
Good sprinkling of Richmond fans in the house.
Whack
Martin
that.
From 50, flushes it, nails it. Lynch has 3. Terrific kick from Tom Lynch, who missed the intra club last week with a little bit of a hamstring tightness, but he's showing no signs of any kind of injury scare at the moment. He's got 3 of Richmond's 6.
Yeah, again, one of the big boys getting it done. So key forwards kick 3. The rucks have kicked 3 between them. Dustin Martin just, and it's not like he's dusted off a couple of rookies. He's dusted off Dangerfield. He's dusted off Cam Guthrie. And then he's found the lead of Tom Lynch. So Mark Blitzarves directly opposed there to Tom Lynch. I don't think he could have done much about that. And Tommy, it's a very nice execution from beyond the arc.
So you reckon he never gave it off to his teammates at the Gold Coast Suns?
I was probably a little bit harsh on Tom. A very team-orientated person and player, and a very good man. Got really big hands, as most key forwards does. If he's ever holding a pot of beer, he makes it look absolutely minuscule.
Beautiful tap from Soldo to Ross, inside 50. Ball comes to ground.
Whoop.
Edwards and Stewart.
Whoop.
Edwards
Whoa.
got boot to it and kicked the goal. Well, luck's a fortune there for Shane Edwards, but he made his own luck, kept the ball alive and socketed it through for Richmond's 3rd on the trot.
Just didn't want to play the game, did it, the Sharon? The oval-shaped ball playing all sorts of tricks on Tom Stewart. A lonely place to be. Went at right angles, and it just didn't sit up, but I think Tom Stewart will have a look at the tape and think he may have been able to get a little bit lower, get those fingers through the dirt, pick the footy up and be able to rush it through effectively. Just came up a little bit early and thought he may have had the Sharon to himself, but Shane Edwards, opportunist operation, and that's the first goal for a small to medium player for the Tigers. So that's their goal, isn't it? They usually share the goal kicking around, and if it's not Castagna, it's one of the other smalls. Bolton, can pop up and kick a handful of goals. I remember Jack Graham all those years ago in the grand final kicking 3 goals as a small. So they've got a few different avenues to goal to the Tigers.
Another great hit out there from Solo, who's having a great return game here. Dow couldn't quite accelerate away. There's a free kick going the way here of the Cats. So Holmes will accept it and go inside 50. And in the end, Cameron read it best than anyone else. Great kick as well from Max Holmes inside 50. And now Jeremy Cameron has a chance to break his goal drought.
Could go back, Jeremy. And he's had, similar to Tom, he's had a couple of difficult looks from the pockets. He's had a relatively straightforward one from 45 degree angle. This is the easiest he's had.
And he keeps it low and straight. Lovely from Jeremy Cameron. So he has got 1 goal, 3 so far in this game and gets one against the Grain. The Tigers have had kicked 3 in a row, but Cameron able to get his first of the day.
Yes, exactly right. So I think the Cats coaching box would be sitting up. Yes, they're down by 13 points, and these games, it's not a huge concern in terms of scoreboard and what's going on, unless you are on the end of one of those hidings, which we've seen across the first patch of trial games. But the Cats should sit there pretty comfortably in their coaching box knowing, right, we've had 2 extra scoring shots. We've had the ball in guys like Tom Hawkins, Jeremy Cameron's hands a lot of times. Tyson Stengel's shown a huge amount of zip. I think Bradley Close's game, forward and up on the wing has also been fairly impressive. So they'd be as content, I would imagine, as the Richmond coaching box right now.
Press here inside 50. There's a nice mark from Zach Guthrie, who intercepts and pulls the trigger with a kick into the middle, and it's set up Stanley here, and he combines with Higgins via hand. Stengel back on the ground, all the way up to half forward. Good ball movement, this from the Cats. Stengel hoping for Hawkins.
Yes, they're starting to really narrow the one-on-ones and separate really well as a forward group. The Cats not allowing that drop-off for the Tigers to get back and supply the cutout. So one-on-one, Robbie Tarrant, who's as big and strong as anyone, didn't stand a chance against Tommy Hawkins,
who snaps and curls it through for another. So 2 in a row to the Cats coming through their big forwards. Hawkins has 2 goals for the game, and we saw Stengel being dangerous close to goal, but we've seen him present up high and half forward. It just looks like he's thriving and really clicking early stages.
You know what it looks like? He looks like a player that's come in and with no pollution in his head around having been in a system or having not been in an AFL system for a few years, and having seen the other side of it, through state league programs there at Woodville West Torrens, and being the main man. So often these young players with high-end talent come into programs and try to navigate their way through and, a bit overwhelmed by the situation, but go back, semi-professional environment, understand what a balance looks like outside of being a professional athlete, and come in with that confidence that, yes, I can do it at that level, and, I'm the man now, and give me the keys.
Entertaining clash on KO Sports on a Saturday afternoon between 2 powerhouse clubs of the AFL for many years. Tigers trying to clear it here through Martin, who's back on the ground, goes back to short. Clever little left foot over the top to Ralph Smith, who's got McIntosh in the wing, but Ralph Smith looks straighter than that and longer than that towards Edwards, who raises up and takes a strong mark overhead. 281 AFL games for Shane Edwards with a good run of form this year. He'll reach the 300 game mark. What a player and champion he's been of this footy club. Short to Baker, who's too far out to score. Soldo sitting in the square. He'll come from behind Soldo. He's at the back now as De Koning for Company. Evans, though, picking it up for Geelong to Atkins. Blitzarves runs into trouble. Just got a handball away. And Atkins snaps it around the body, but out of bounds on the full. Good pressure from the Tigers to force the Cats into a missed kick.
And that's part of the Richmond DNA, isn't it, in the front half? Put the pressure on, no easy outs, as we saw there.
Ralph Smith, high inside 50. Smith at the back has Stewart saved the day. And Close has worked all the way towards the back pocket here to present. Dangerfield screaming for it on the wing. Goes shorter than that to Cam Guthrie.
There's nothing really ahead. Dangerfield is ahead one-on-one with Miller as the cavalry arrives now, but they may even look to double switch out here where they've got a few spare defenders.
Have the Cats been a bit more aggressive in their ball movement today, Mick? Or
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. There's been a little bit more overlap run and handball.
Yep.
I noticed the passenger play earlier in this quarter. It was run and handball. They ended up undoing themselves with an extra handball that had a bit of loft on it to Parfitt. But, yep, trying to even up that kick-to-handball ratio in terms of bringing more handball in, I think.
It's just been a constant observation of Geelong's style in recent times. Their ability to maintain possession of the ball, but they have, certainly from this vantage point, looked to go through the middle a fair bit with their ball movement going forward today as the Cats go forward, this time through Atkins to Selwood. And Dangerfield is able to mark, tucked up in the pocket, but right side for a right footer.
And Joel Selwood, who's coming to the bench now, has played a lot more on the outskirts today. So I think when the whips are cracking, he's going to be still required a fair bit through the middle of the ground, but that high half forward, a little bit on the outside. That was a great kick by the skipper. That's not a great kick by the lifesaver.
Yes. Off 2 steps, Dangerfield's kick falls short and it trickles into the upright. And that's another behind for the Cats. And they now trail by an even 6 points as we have just over 6 minutes remaining in this second period. Great mark from Atkins.
It's tough.
Very tough player.
Not a great kick.
Over the head of Dangerfield, but pitches just before the boundary line. So an opportunity for the Cats to go to work inside their forward 50 at a stoppage where Tom Hawkins is usually at his best.
So often those tough players do have the limitations coming out of Geelong VFL program some time ago. And I think Tommy Atkins had won his time over again a couple of times with ball in hands. It's going to be a free kick.
And Hawkins is going to
Geelong.
and Hawkins is going to get it, I think. Yeah, it looks like Tom Hawkins, who went up in the ruck contest, so well known for his ability to grab the ball out of the ruck and snap a goal or put a teammate to advantage. He's now going to have a direct free kick and set shot. Kind of set a bit of a tone and a trend for key forwards to do some work inside 50 at stoppages. And now he's got a really good look at the goals from just a bit further than 30 metres out. Slight angle, right side for a right footer. The champion Cass hits the post again.
He's had a few looks, hasn't he? He's getting an opportunity. That one was again, that just being so big and strong. Tommy Hawkins just makes, in that forward 50 ruck contest, opposition rucks be very nervous, and in that occasion, through the free kick.
Free kick for a push out there against Baker, going the way of Holmes. Chris Scott was interviewed on the ground prior to the game and pointed out that Max Holmes had a big pre-season. So look for him to potentially get a few more senior opportunities this year as Cameron raises up and takes a terrific mark. But there's a free kick, I think, before Cameron took the mark. It's going the way of the Tigers.
Might be against Dangerfield for maybe an illegal seal.
Go the way of Tarrant. Veteran Kangaroo joining the Tigers during the off-season. Touched off the boot, so play on call. Dow another touch. Kolajasny.
Whoop.
Revolt coming the other way with Blitzars, but Kolajasny there able to pick it up cleanly. And again, they go into the middle of the Cats. And Evans has marked in the middle of GMHBA Stadium. Lots of Tigers back, so Evans hoping for a big mark here from Cameron, who has 3 to beat. Arts at ground level. Tucked away there by Holmes. Tui got an unkind bounce. Ross picked it up cleanly at ground level, but straight down the throat of Stewart. Looks up and sees a lot of yellow and black jumpers inside his forward arc. Can he pinpoint a pass or hope that one of the big boys can take a grab? Cameron was there. Stengel crumbing. Was he held? Umpire said play on. Ross did well not to give away a free kick. Cameron got the kick out, and that's going to be paid. Parfitt is marked. He was in the right place at the right time. We've got a good look at this set shot from Brandon Parfitt on our KO Sports cameras.
Very good look at this one. Brandon Parfitt, the player that's brought some youth in terms of spark around the ball. For so long it's been Guthrie, it's been Dangerfield, it's been Selwood through the middle of the ground for the Cats. This is the man that has provided that extra pair of hands.
And a good look, but not a good kick, unfortunately, from Brandon Parfitt. And that is 5 goals, 12 for the Cats, 17 scoring shots to 11 in this game.
There's just a small cohort of Richmond players doing some run-throughs down on the boundary. Josh Caddy, Marlian Pickett.
Yep.
Young Brown, who was drafted out of the Murray Bushrangers from Marupna.
Yep.
So let's hope he's not thinking he's playing for Marupna today, because they are the Cats. So his first game for the Tigers, he just better make sure that he's kicking it to the right team.
Of course, his dad, Paul, played 80-odd games for Geelong as well, falling just short of father-son eligibility, Tom Brown. But the Cats get back numbers here.
Yeah, they get the numbers back, and the longer this game's gone, they've been able to manipulate and get back the +1 behind the ball and put a little bit more pressure on the Tigers' ball movement through the middle of the ground to ensure that high-hurried kick is just landing in the lap of the hoops.
Well done from Holmes to Parfitt. Those two have combined well today. Parfitt chips it over the top. Blitzars has drifted forward and he's marked just inside 50. Not sure if he's got the distance, but good hard running from Mark Blitzars.
They do work again for the key forward. The kick just wasn't well executed.
There's Gibcus taking the intercept mark. Josh Gibcus out of the GWV Rebels.
He's all skin and bone, isn't he? Gibcus.
He was talking to recruiters last year, covering the draft a little bit. They were just blown away by his ridiculous vertical leap. Hopefully we get to see that on display today. In the meantime, the Cats win the ball back. Kolajasny to Atkins. Checks the kick over the top. Dangerfield was there. Tarrant went sort of half for the mark, half for the spoil. Allows Smith to get it to Dangerfield, and Cameron couldn't quite take it just above the ground. Gibcus there to provide support. Soldo retreats to Miller, who's had a lot of game time early in this one, and he just finds Flostone. Marks on the edge of 50.
I think it was play on, or he stepped off his line, but they've made good of their situation.
McIntosh to Martin, the Tigers champion. Back playing some competitive footy, trying to get the 1-2 there with Bolter. Can't get the don't argue going there on Blitzarves. Great tackle from the fullback. And now Hawkins goes to
Lining
true
up here.
centre-half forward. Parfitt is there. Stengel is deep. Parfitt instead goes shorter and totally misses Higgins. Almost a bit of a miscommunication between Geelong forward of centre there. Broad on the left.
It was a poor kick, but Sean Higgins could have made it really easy and just held his ground because there was no one anywhere near him. He came back up at the kicker, and probably if the kick had have executed, may have been not 15. So, again, just some teething issues at times as we hear the hooter for half-time, of which it's a close one. 4 points to the Tigers.
4 goals, 6 to Geelong in that quarter compared to Richmond's 3 goals, 1. They really could have gone ahead on the scoreboard, the Cats, but it is the Tigers, as Mick said, leading by 4 points at, well, what is today the major break. We're going to have a 15-minute break after the second period, and then we've got 4 more periods after that in this 6 30-minute term contest in the AFL pre-season practice match. It's Richmond 7-4, leading Geelong 5-12. We'll take a break. You'll see some highlights from the first 2 periods, and we'll come back with the third in just a few moments. Close brought down, great tackle coming from Arts on that occasion. Close still working in there, but there's a free kick going the way of the Cats, and Stengel will get a kick, and a 50-metre penalty against Arts last season presents to Smith, who'll look for an option inside 50. He pulled the trigger to Hawkins, and he takes the slips catch just below the turf, just above the turf.
His time, and I think he's claiming he's going to have a shot at goal, which is a bit unrealistic for mine.
He goes into the pocket to Lynch. Great body work. He had Stewart for company, but positioned himself beautifully, did Tom Lynch, and he can have a shot for goal.
Yeah, great spread and work rate offensively there from the Tigers. That took on about 20.
The announcement recently with Toby Nankervis and Dylan Grimes. What an opportunity for the ruckman, the 3-time premiership ruckman, and he starts with a wonderful set shot kick and gives Richmond their first major.
Yeah, great start by the skipper in terms of output. Yes, he's a ruckman, but he's popped forward.
Hands here from Rewalt. Again, paddles it forward to the advantage of Bolton, who just chips the kick beautifully into the path of Lynch, who's looking ominous early inside the arc. Space as well. He's got close running to his left. He goes to Dangerfield on his right, and Dangerfield does the team thing and hits up Radaglia, who will now go back and kick at goal. Grab that opportunity yet.
Oh!
Pieces, a big tackle there from
That's
Parfitt.
so
And Bolter promising early, Brandon Parfitt. Inside 50, Stengel brings
Well
it to
done.
ground level, crumbs it, snaps it, and hits the post.
Well, that whets the appetite. Majors list.
Good looking kick from Ivan Soldo. And a nice little confidence booster for the ruck. His last game was in the AFL.
Majors list.
Good looking kick from Ivan Soldo. And a nice little confidence booster for the ruck. His last game was in the AFL. To Parfitt in there. Moving the ball with plenty of purpose at the moment, the Cats. Smith goes long, hoping for Cameron and finding Cameron.
Brilliant ball movement. Brilliant ball movement. Use the outer side. Really.
Umpire said play on. Cats pounce though nonetheless. Holmes towards Hawkins, going back with the flight, couldn't take the mark. Dangerfield crumbs. There's a holding free kick going the way of Hawkins, and he can now have a set shot for goal, but he's already got 2 behinds to his name.
Yeah, no comment I'm going to make here to make it any easier for the Cats fans watching on. But
In his 2021 campaign, and he's kept that low and kept it straight. So Hawkins gets his first, breaks a...
Odell Beckham.
Cameron hoping for Radaglia or Hawkins. Stengel there as well.
Oh.
Stengel, right place, right time, right through the middle. And he's having a really promising first outing in the hoops.
Isn't he what?
Inside 50, dropped by Revolt. He's got players on his outside. McIntosh was there, just out of his reach.
Oh, that's a great kick.
Yeah, on the outside of the right boot, finds Castagna.
Now, I don't think you can give that a
Pick up, Prestia, under the pump here from Ralston.
Oh.
Big tackle from Holmes. Umpire calls for a ball up.
a fresh batch will appear after the third period.
Radaglia favoured by the bounce, but couldn't find a teammate. Martin with another clearance, arches the back, accelerates away, takes a bounce, thumps it inside 50 to Lynch. Trademark Dustin Martin out of the guts.
A fresh batch will appear after the third period.
Radaglia favoured by the bounce, but couldn't find a teammate. Martin with another clearance, arches the back, accelerates away, takes a bounce, thumps it inside 50 to Lynch. Trademark Dustin Martin out of the guts.
To the boundary line.
Good sprinkling of Richmond fans in the house.
We've
As
whacked
Martin
that.
from 50, flushes it, nails it. Lynch has 3. Terrific kick from Tom Lynch, who missed the intra-club.
To the boundary line.
Good sprinkling of Richmond fans in the house.
We've
As
whacked
Martin
that.
from 50, flushes it, nails it. Lynch has 3. Terrific kick from Tom Lynch, who missed the intra-cross inside 50. Ball comes to ground.
Whoop.
Edwards and Stewart.
Whoop.
Edwards
Whoa.
got boot to it and kicked the goal. Well, luck's a fortune there for Shane Edwards, but he made his own luck, kept the ball here, and he combines with Higgins via hand. Stengel back on the ground, all the way up to half forward. Good ball movement, this from the Cats. Stengel hoping for
Here it is.
Hawkins.
Yes, they're starting to really get a chance against Tommy Hawkins.
Who snaps and curls it through for another. So 2 in a row to the Cats coming through their big forwards. Hawkins has, the big boys can take a grab. Cameron was there. Stengel crumbing. Was he held? Umpire said play on. Ross did well not to give away a free kick. Cameron got the kick out, and that's going to be paid. Parfitt is marked. He was in the right place. Close brought down. Great tackle coming from Arts on that occasion. Close still working in there, but there's a free kick going the way of the Cats, and Stengel will get a kick. And a 50-metre penalty against Arts. Last season presents to Smith, who'll look for an option inside 50. He pulled the trigger to Hawkins, and he takes the slips catch just below the turf, just above the turf.
Take his time, and I think he's claiming he's going to have a shot at goal, which is a bit unrealistic for mine.
He goes into the pocket to Lynch. Great body work. He had Stewart for company, but positioned himself beautifully, did Tom Lynch, and he can have a shot for goal.
Yeah, great spread and work rate offensively there from the Tigers. That took on about 20.
The announcement recently with Toby Nankervis and Dylan Grimes. What an opportunity for the ruckman, the 3-time premiership ruckman, and he starts with a wonderful set shot kick and gives Richmond their first major.
Yeah, great start by the skipper in terms of output. Yes, he's a ruckman, but he's popped forward.
Hands here from Rewalt. Again, paddles it forward to the advantage of Bolton, who just chips the kick beautifully into the path of Lynch, who's looking ominous early inside the arc. space as well. He's got close running to his left. He goes to Dangerfield on his right. And Dangerfield does the team thing and hits up Radaglia, who will now go back and kick at goal. Grab that opportunity yet.
Oh!
Pieces, a big tackle there from
That's
Parfitt.
So
and Bolter promising early, Brandon Parfitt. Inside 50, Stengel brings it to ground level, crumbs it, snaps it, and hits the post.
Well, that whets the appetite. Majors list.
Good looking kick from Ivan Soldo. A nice little confidence booster for the ruck. His last game was in the AFL.
Majors list.
Good looking kick from Ivan Soldo. A nice little confidence booster for the ruck. His last game was in the AFL. To Parfitt in there. Moving the ball with plenty of purpose at the moment, the Cats. Smith goes long, hoping for Cameron and finding Cameron.
Brilliant ball movement. Brilliant ball movement. Use the outer side. Really.
Umpire said play on. Cats pounce though nonetheless. Holmes towards Hawkins, going back with the flight, couldn't take the mark. Dangerfield crumbs. There's a holding free kick going the way of Hawkins. And he can now have a set shot for goal, but he's already got 2 behinds to his name.
Yeah, no comment I'm going to make here to make it any easier for the Cats fans watching on. But
in his 2021 campaign, and he's kept that low and kept it straight. So Hawkins gets his first, breaks a...
Odell Beckham.
Cameron hoping for Radaglia or Hawkins. Stengel there as well.
Oh.
Stengel, right place, right time, right through the middle. And he's having a really promising first outing in the hoops.
Isn't he what?
Inside 50, dropped by Revolt. He's got players on his outside. McIntosh was there, just out of his reach.
Oh, that's a great kick.
Yeah, on the outside of the right boot, finds Castagna.
Now, I don't think you can give that a
pick up. Prestia under the pump here from Ralston.
Oh.
Big tackle from Holmes. Umpire calls for a ball up.
A fresh batch will appear after the third period.
Radaglia favoured by the bounce, but couldn't find a teammate. Martin with another clearance, arches the back, accelerates away, takes a bounce, thumps it inside 50 to Lynch. Trademark Dustin Martin out of the guts.
A fresh batch will appear after the third period.
Radaglia favoured by the bounce, but couldn't find a teammate. Martin with another clearance, arches the back, accelerates away, takes a bounce, thumps it inside 50 to Lynch. Trademark Dustin Martin out of the guts.
To the boundary line.
Good sprinkling of Richmond fans in the house.
Whack
Martin
that.
from 50, flushes it, nails it. Lynch has 3. Terrific kick from Tom Lynch, who missed the intra-club.
To the boundary line.
Good sprinkling of Richmond fans in the house.
Whack
Martin
that.
from 50, flushes it, nails it. Lynch has 3. Terrific kick from Tom Lynch, who missed the intra-cross inside 50. Ball comes to ground.
Whoop.
Edwards and Stewart.
Whoop.
Edwards
Whoa.
got boot to it and kicked the goal. Well, luck's a fortune there for Shane Edwards, but he made his own luck, kept the ball alive here, and he combines with Higgins via hand. Stengel back on the ground, all the way up to half forward. Good ball movement this from the Cats. Stengel hoping for Hawkins.
Yes, they're starting to really get a chance against Tommy Hawkins.
Who snaps and curls it through for another. So 2 in a row to the Cats coming through their big forwards. Hawkins has, the big boys can take a grab. Cameron was there. Stengel crumbing. Was he held? Umpire said play on. Ross did well not to give away a free kick. Cameron got the kick out, and that's going to be paid. Parfitt is marked. He was in the right place. Close brought down. Great tackle coming from Arts on that occasion. Close still working in there, but there's a free kick going the way of the Cats, and Stengel will get a kick. And a 50-metre penalty against Arts. Last season presents to Smith, who will look for an option inside 50. He pulled the trigger to Hawkins, and he takes the slips catch just below the turf, just above the turf.
His time, and I think he's claiming he's going to have a shot at goal, which is a bit unrealistic for mine.
He goes into the pocket to Lynch. Great body work. He had Stewart for company, but positioned himself beautifully, did Tom Lynch, and he can have a shot for goal.
Yeah, great spread and work rate offensively there from the Tigers. That took on about 20.
The announcement recently with Toby Nankervis and Dylan Grimes. What an opportunity for the ruckman, the 3-time premiership ruckman, and he starts with a wonderful set shot kick and gives Richmond their first major.
Yeah, great start by the skipper in terms of output. Yes, he's a ruckman, but he's popped forward.
Hands here from Rewalt. Again, paddles it forward to the advantage of Bolton, who just chips the kick beautifully into the path of Lynch, who's looking ominous early inside the arc. space as well. He's got close running to his left. He goes to Dangerfield on his right. And Dangerfield does the team thing and hits up Radaglia, who will now go back and kick at goal. Grab that opportunity yet.
Oh!
Pieces, a big tackle there from
That's
Parfitt.
So
and Bolter, promising early Brandon Parfitt. Inside 50, Stengel brings it to ground level, crumbs it, snaps it, and hits the post.
Well, that whets the appetite. Majors list.
Good looking kick from Ivan Soldo. A nice little confidence booster for the ruck. His last game was in the AFL.
Majors list.
Good looking kick from Ivan Soldo. A nice little confidence booster for the ruck. His last game was in the AFL. To Parfitt in there. Moving the ball with plenty of purpose at the moment, the Cats. Smith goes long, hoping for Cameron and finding Cameron.
Brilliant ball movement. Brilliant ball movement. Use the outer side. Really.
Umpire said play on. Cats pounce though nonetheless. Holmes towards Hawkins, going back with the flight, couldn't take the mark. Dangerfield crumbs. There's a holding free kick going the way of Hawkins. And he can now have a set shot for goal, but he's already got 2 behinds to his name.
Yeah, no comment I'm going to make here to make it any easier for the Cats fans watching on. But
in his 2021 campaign, and he's kept that low and kept it straight. So Hawkins gets his first, breaks a...
Odell Beckham.
Cameron hoping for Radaglia or Hawkins. Stengel there as well.
Oh.
Stengel, right place, right time, right through the middle. And he's having a really promising first outing in the hoops.
Isn't he what?
Inside 50, dropped by Revolt. He's got players on his outside. McIntosh was there, just out of his reach.
Oh, that's a great kick.
Yeah, on the outside of the right boot, finds Castagna.
Now, I don't think you can give that a
Pick up, Prestia, under the pump here from Ralston. Big tackle from Holmes. Umpire calls for a ball up.
A fresh batch will appear after the third period.
Radaglia favoured by the bounce, but couldn't find a teammate. Martin with another clearance, arches the back, accelerates away, takes a bounce, thumps it inside 50 to Lynch. Trademark Dustin Martin out of the guts.
A fresh batch will appear after the third period.
Radaglia favoured by the bounce, but couldn't find a teammate. Martin with another clearance, arches the back, accelerates away, takes a bounce, thumps it inside 50 to Lynch. Trademark Dustin Martin out of the guts.
To the boundary line.
Good sprinkling of Richmond fans in the house.
Whack
Martin
that.
from 50, flushes it, nails it. Lynch has 3. Terrific kick from Tom Lynch, who missed the intra-club.
To the boundary line.
Good sprinkling of Richmond fans in the house.
Whack
Martin
that.
from 50, flushes it, nails it. Lynch has 3. Terrific kick from Tom Lynch, who missed the intra-cross inside 50. Ball comes to ground. Edwards and Stewart. Edwards got boot to it and kicked the goal. Well, luck's a fortune there for Shane Edwards, but he made his own luck, kept the ball alive here, and he combines with Higgins via hand. Stengel back on the ground, all the way up to half forward. Good ball movement, this from the Cats. Stengel hoping for Hawkins. Welcome back to GMHBA Stadium. Third term almost ready for us here in this pre-season practice match between Geelong and Richmond. The Cats have had ample scoring opportunities but haven't made it count, and the Tigers have. Hence they lead 46-42. Ben Waterworth with you alongside former Sun and Dockers midfielder Michael Barlow. Mick, as we get set for the third period, this is kind of where the clubs start to put a few players in cotton wool. And we might see a couple of different players as this game pans out, although we see Dustin Martin lining up in the middle. But this is where kind of a bit of management comes in from a coaching perspective.
Yeah, and I think gladly, from everyone's point of view, the sides are very similar to the first 2 periods.
Yep.
So there was a long, extended warm-up from a good chunk of Richmond depth AFL players and VFL players, one end and Geelong the other. So I think this third period maybe the last for a few of them, but it's been a good little shootout to start.
Radaglia and Nankervis begin the third period, and Radaglia gets the clearance to Narkle. He's one player that's having a fresh run, and Narkle sends it up towards half-forward. That is a great intercept mark from Ben Miller on Selwood there, who quickly gets it moving to Short, who goes towards a one-on-one, and Blitzarv's far too strong for Caddy. He's another fresh player for the Tigers to start this term. And the mark's been taken here by Tui. To Stewart, providing great run in his return game here. Hoping for Cam Guthrie. just out of his reach. Isaac Smith wrapping up Nankervis. Martin, quick hand pass to Broad. Tried the don't argue on Cam Guthrie. Prestia stripped of it. As a holding free kick, though, looks like Smith, that the tackle lingered, or he just didn't realise that his opponent didn't have possession of the ball, so Prestia can restart from half back. Great to have you with us on KO Sports, the 9th and final practice match of this round of practice matches. That's a wonderful mark leading up the ball there from Noah Bolter. He's got Vostone in the middle. Might switch it out a bit further. Gibcus was waiting for it. Vostone instead goes inside the arc. Baker met it first. Slipped the Atkins tackle. Got it to Edwards via hand. Revolt. Fends off with authority close. Then dropped the footy. Handballed over his head. Good bounce for Bolton. Trapped beautifully there by Atkins. Allowed Stewart to regather it. Higgins might be hoping for the line. Instead, he keeps it in. Well played by the veteran. To another veteran in Selwood. To another veteran in Dangerfields.
It's a good one-on-one, isn't he, in front of Miller on that occasion. So I think for this third period, we'll see a lot of position changes as we're seeing Dangerfield ahead of the football.
To Radaglia going back. That is outstanding from Dangerfield. Radaglia, would have expected him to take that one. He kicks towards Cameron's territory, but Arts read it first, and he has Prestia on short.
And even though they've had the 15-minute rest, it is the hardest time to come back out and play at this level. They've had that rest. They're sore and sorry and start to seize up a little bit after so long out of not playing, that mistakes are starting to flow into this game.
Just with Radaglia dropping that mark beforehand, for him to take that next step, it's a mark that he probably should hold.
Yeah, absolutely. And he just went to his knees, didn't he? I felt like it's the old, when you're taking a catch in cricket, just keep yourself nice and stable and you give yourself best opportunity.
Miller just got the kick away in the end. It was a wobbler off the boot. It was a tough one to mark. Stewart did well to at least trap it. Got it to Blitzars, back to Stewart, and then Selwood presents again at half back. Higgins has Radaglia working in front of him. Nankervis in front. Wasn't a great kick for Radaglia that time.
And even that little bit of passenger play, Selwood took the mark and they went really quickly by hand to Higgins. So potentially Chris Scott and his men, they're starting to think, okay, who are our really good ball users that we want to get their hands on the ball? Sean Higgins is one of those. Didn't use that one super well. Last year they just would have kicked it.
So the Tigers now move the ball along that outer wing. And what a terrific mark going up with confidence there, Kolajasny.
The ever reliable Kolajasny. Kicked a goal last year.
He did.
His first career goal.
I think it was a goal in the first minute of the game on this venue, which prompted wide applause as Narkle goes inside 50. There's Radaglia crashing the pack, and this time holding on to it. Plays on immediately, and Isaac Smith hits the post.
Oh, goodness.
How's he missed that?
Well, you nearly thought it was going to be that easy that it actually became a possibility that he would miss. Isaac Smith, I'll tell you what, he went the scrubber.
Yes.
So he tried to kick it off the belly, could have just straightened himself up, a nice little
Plays on
punch drop punt at the goal umpire, because the goal umpire standing in the middle of the sticks would have been the result.
The Tigers, in the meantime, work the ball on the wing. Great tap from Caddy. Then to Bolton. That's an even better tap to Revolt, who centres the ball. They're running in waves here, the Tigers.
3-on-1.
Edwards has Bolton short. He goes in over the top to Baker, who snaps the goal. Beautiful Richmond footy in transition, and Baker is rewarded with the major.
Yes, the 2-goal swing. They'll miss at one end and the goal at the other. And the Cats were caught out really quickly. They got really high as a defensive unit, and the ball just snuck through. And in the end, it was take your pick. Edwards could have given it to Baker, could have handed it over to Bolton. In the end, Baker was the beneficiary, but here's the replay of the miss by Isaac Smith, who's tried to hook it around the corner from the top of the square. Richmond footy, Bolton punched it forward. Rewalt, really unselfish, and the Bolton follow-up, he probably was the one that deserved it out of the two, Baker or Bolton, because Bolton had started the chain with a nice knock-on. I guarantee you, when they sit down for their review in the week, it won't be the resultant goal by Baker. It'll be the knock-on through the middle of the park that is made mention of.
Yeah, great 1%ers shown there by various Richmond players, including Bolton, who's in this contest. Bewes did well to get the ball to Parfitt, then the 1-2 worked well. Buse kicks it over the top towards Holmes, who has ample speed, and he's got some support here in Smith, who this time didn't go for goal. He went to Higgins instead. Clean gather from Higgins, Dangerfield, Selwood, Hawkins.
Just keeps moving, doesn't he, Tom Hawkins? That was tremendous build-up. There was probably 5 or 6 possessions through the forward 50 where they couldn't get a good look at goals. Maybe Isaac Smith could have straightened up. He may have been a bit gun-shy. But Tom Hawkins just keeps moving. Just keeps moving. He's never on his heels. A great example for key forwards coming up through the ranks. Go and watch Tom Hawkins live. He moves. He's not always sprinting, but he's on his toes. He plays to the ball, and he gets opportunities like this.
Wrong side for a right footer, but that hasn't been a hindrance for Tom Hawkins in the past. He's got 2 goals so far today.
Yeah.
Make it 3. Well executed from the champion Cat. And that's his 3rd of the day. The Cats get their 6th and reduce the margin to 3 points.
It's a nice finish, Tommy. He's had a good look at him today. 6-13. So they've been inaccurate, but they reverse that from 6-13 to 13-6, and they're really trouncing the opposition. So good little connection at the moment between those players in the front 6 that are just getting used to each other a little bit. Stengel's adding a great dynamic. We've banged on about it a little bit. He's added that ability to be really dangerous, get to the fall of the ball, actually absorb one of the key lockdown defenders from the Tigers. So often I think the Cats, it's been the missing piece. A defender from the opposition could float off and target the player they want to play on to then become the spare. You won't be able to do that on Tyson Stengel.
Radicalea starting this term in the ruck, but Martin Sharks the hit out there. The Cats in defence though, trying to rebound. Or the hand pass from Stewart to Zach Guthrie was dangerous, and that is a wonderful forward 50 tackle from Jack Revolt. He's earned himself a shot at goal.
Pleasing. February 26th are we at? 26th or 25th?
26th today, Mick.
Anyway, it's still February.
Yes.
And for Jack Rewalt to be hungry enough to follow up and lay a great tackle like that, pin the arm a little bit, I did see on the monitor, but he gets the result. Tom Stewart just threw it away in the end. And yeah, February, to see that's where the habits are built. You can't just flick the switch in September and get those habits back.
He's nailed it, Jack Revolt, his first goal of the match. The veteran, 305 AFL games, 715 goals, 3-time All-Australian, 3-time Coleman medalist, 2-time best and fairest. And just continuing to not slow down as well. Such a team-orientated player, but also we saw last year 51 goals. He's still able to hit the scoreboard.
He is. And he's similar to a lot of the players for Geelong. People have been waiting for Jack to deteriorate and come back to the pack, and maybe the end becoming closer. But he's just one that continues to pop up, and that team and selfless nature of which he'd be one of the first to admit, I'd imagine, wasn't at the forefront of his thinking and game style early in his career, but when the team success started, it was off the back of some really selfless acts by players like Jack Rewalt. Great
hands from Holmes to Narkle inside 50, Dangerfield to Smith on the right boot, chips it over the top. Set a bit of a task there for Atkins. Clean gather there. The Tigers coming through. Smith brought down by 2 Richmond defenders in Broad and Vostone. It's a 9-point differential. The crowd's really built up and taking up most of the bottom of the broadcast stand wing here. There's Cameron, centres it. Tui as company now. Caddy, long hand pass back to Tarrant, who thumps it out of the defensive 50. Just over the head there of Arts. Clean there from Zach Guthrie to Smith to Tui. And he's got Narkle short and can have a look at the goals. In fact, it wasn't quite the 15 metres, so quarter play on now. And Zach Guthrie kicks to the hot spot in the end, but Van Soldo is standing in the hole.
They've got the outnumber around the ball here, so they've got an opportunity just to work it methodically. There's Gibcus.
He's getting busy, Josh Gibcus. Nice one-hander mark there from McIntosh. De Koning from behind, spoiled Bolter, and then got the ground level ball. Just changed direction and fell over at the wrong time. Baker sees it over the line.
He's had some moments, De Koning. Good, bad, and indifferent today. So a real opportunity for learning, isn't it, this time of year, especially younger players that are still trying to find their game.
Yep.
You know, you can do as many pre-season sessions as you like against your own teammates where it's a bit more modified, but once you're out there and you have to sink or swim on your own, there'll be some huge learnings for him today to take into the season.
Holding free kick against Radicale going the way of Soldo, who has made a really impressive return from injury. He's hoping for Bolton, or revolt from behind. Bolton kept his feet, gathered cleanly, snapped a terrific goal. That is all class from Bolton, who puts another through for the Tigers. That's 3 goals so far for them this term.
And he can do that. We see the flashes of brilliance, but he's built his game today off the back of 1%ers and team acts. So there was a huge amount of controversy, but focus on his tenure and where he would go and what contract he would sign and where. He stuck fat with the Tigers. Nice finish, but I do allude to the previous goal that was the running in, or 2 goals prior, where it was a run and gun and ended up an easy over the top for Liam Baker. It was off the back of this guy's ability to get up the ground and knock the ball on and do team things and get his knees and hands dirty. And eventually footy karma comes back and gives you a big kiss, as it did there.
So Bolton gets his first. The Tigers get their 10th. Yeah. Remember, in the middle of a 6-term game today, with most of the AFL players certainly to take part in the first 3 terms, as Dow gets the clearance. And in front, Revolt brought it to ground. Zach Guthrie pounced, handballed it towards Tui's advantage, but he went out of real estate. Josh Caddy just behind him. Caddy, who started his career at the Suns, then went to the Cats and found his way to the Tigers. A 2-time premiership player. Prestia runs into a big Atkins tackle. He's one of the best tacklers in the business, but he did well in the end not to give away a high free kick. Forces a stoppage. Prestia again, just overran him though. Selwood sends it along the deck, clearing the defensive 50, and Arts is satisfied to see it over the line. So from a Richmond perspective, Mick, after such a disappointing finish to 2021, what do you want to see, particularly in the first 6 rounds, to set the tone for their 2022 campaign?
You'd like to think they can stay nice and healthy and keep their best players on the park. It takes, well, I wouldn't know because I was never up the top and involved in clubs that won 3 out of the top 3 premierships out of 4 seasons, but you'd imagine it would take its toll. You're the hunted so often, and it can wear individuals down and the collective down. So they would have had a nice freshen up. They would have had the longest off-season they've ever had. So the ability to stay nice and healthy, nice and fresh, should give them a really good kickstart to the season.
Close inside 50 to Cameron. It was made to earn that by Gibcus. But he's in within goal-kicking territory. He's a long left-foot kick, Jeremy Cameron.
But there is an element of that personal experience in my time within the AFL, 2012 to 2015, 4-year patch of playing finals and playing significant finals, and then a year of dropping off the cliff. You do notice when you have that extra 4 weeks of off-season, you can freshen the body up, you play the less matches, and give yourself the best opportunity going into the next season.
The idea was right from Cameron, but kick wasn't well executed. Set close to task. Cam Guthrie goes back to Cameron, who might get it to close in the end or fall a little bit over the top to Stengel, who's been a big shining light for the Cats today. Just off-screen, Cameron just a little slow to get to his feet, but he's all right now, and Stengel can go back and kick for goal number 3.
Yeah, really loose checking by the Tigers. If it wasn't going to be Stengel there, it was going to be Tui. It was going to be close. They could have really raffled it in terms of who ended up with the mark, and Stengel was coming at the footy, and they're making him feel nice and valued, nice and good today. The new man in the number 18, vacated by Charlie Constable, who's now on with a strip up on the Gold Coast.
Yes. Stengel's got 3. Welcome to the Cattery. Tyson Stengel making a big impact in this pre-season practice match and giving Cats fans a glimpse of what might be in 2022.
Absolutely, isn't he? And be interesting to see what they do after the third period with a player that's absolutely airborne at the moment, Tyson Stengel. You'd imagine they'd be ripping him off the field as quickly as they can and prepare for their official practice match next week.
Yep.
Joel Selwood spending some time through the middle of the ground now. As mentioned, Max Holmes has been the player that has come up and spent a fair bit more time through the middle of the park at the expense of Joel Selwood for most of the afternoon, in terms of Joel spending a bit more time on the outskirts, forward and on the wing. So see how he goes amongst this one. Thompson Dow be learning, both Vic Country products.
Yeah.
One a fair bit older than the other.
Yeah, Dow has spent a lot of time at the centre bounce today, along with Jack Ross as well. Thompson Dow, of course, the brother of Paddy Dow at Carlton. And both ruckmen in the end missed the hit-out opportunity. Allowed the Cats to clear, though. Cam Guthrie received the hand pass and went to Higgins. Almost a sharp one-handed grab. It may have been not held by Vlostone according to the umpire. And Bolton has some space, and that's always a dangerous proposition for rival teams. Finds Edwards on the left, but just sitting in the right place at the right time. Zach Guthrie, who's looked quite accomplished across half-back today. To Blitzarves. Almost every single player on the ground in front of Mark Blitzarves at the moment. De Koning. Talked a little bit about how he's going to have to step up in 2022, and he's only has one AFL game to his name. That kick is off target. Pinched by Baker away from Buse. Now the Tigers have lots of options inside 50, and one of them is Castagna.
Yeah, hard to defend that when it's coming back. When you hand the football back to them, it's hard to defend because naturally, offensively, the Cats were setting up and looking to get the ball moving into their front half. But if you kick it straight back to them in the attacking mid position, it's going to be hard to defend.
Jason Castagna, triple premiership player, puts it to the hot spot, and Bolter raises up, as did Stanley and De Koning. And that's what Cats
Take
fans.
two.
Yeah, Cats fans would love to see De Koning take that big contested grab, and that's a better kick. He's got Zach Tui in the pocket. 226 game veteran across his career with Carlton and Geelong. Selwood is going to go up almost uncontested and take a mark overhead. Pulls the trigger with a kick into the middle. It's Narkle v Nankervis, and Nankervis was always winning that.
He needed the 4 iron. He pulled out the pitching wedge there, Joel Selwood.
Edwards couldn't quite gather it cleanly, and Smith will be happy with the boundary line there because Bolton was waiting to pounce and send it inside 50. He's not too happy either, Bolton, that kick wasn't to his advantage.
Yes, can be torturous as a high half forward when you actually get some space and a good look at it, and you get missed.
Nankervis cleverly down to Prestia. He had Cam Guthrie right on his tail though. Pinched by Martin. The handball was hoping for either Dow or Prestia, and neither went at the ball. That allows the Cats to pounce here. Short v Parfitt. Short did really well, gathered it and got it to Martin, whose hands have been slick, but not on that occasion. Parfitt kicks it short, but there's plenty of Tigers back here in Tarrant. But great tackle from Evans to Cameron. Back towards Evans. Broad is there to save the day, though. The Cats are just pushing the Tigers back here. Can that forward pressure result in the goal? Tarrant tries to lock it in, and the Cats do force a stoppage 20 metres out from their goal.
Yeah, they did really well there, the Cats, to not give away a free kick. Nathan Broad played for one. He dipped his shoulder and went to ground, and so easily, just a lack of concentration or technique can result in a free kick. So now they've got an opportunity, forward 50 stoppage.
This is Tyler Sonzi, our first look at the second round draftee from last year, getting a handball away there for the Tigers. Buse comes through, lovely step from the defender, and he kicks towards goal and kicks it like a Ford. Jed Buse, player of the day so far. Terrific finish from the defender.
He's nearly had his head taken off in the process. Has Jed Buse nearly been decapitated? We'll pick up a nice replay of this finish in a second, but Jed Buse works his way down from half-back to get himself on the score sheet, shared by Jeremy Cameron. You won't hear that too often, Cameron providing Jed Buse with a goal. Took a bounce even, and it was all unintentional there by Dion Prestia, who's claiming it was touched off the boot, and I think there's a free kick. I've missed anything that's happened. It's going to be a free kick to Reece Stanley.
Yeah, just in the meantime, it's going to be Stanley who's going to be receiving the free kick in the middle of the ground.
In a really odd position as well.
Yeah, forward, just like 10 metres forward of the centre circle. So nonetheless, the Tigers will slingshot here from their defence. Ross will go towards Baker on the outer side. Zach Guthrie going back. Great defensive fist from Zach Guthrie, who'll be looking to try and really cement his spot inside that Geelong best 22 this season.
The fatigue's becoming real, isn't it, for a lot of these guys it'll be 90 minutes of red-hot football for them prior to the changes being made, we assume, shortly.
Cats moved the ball up towards half forward. Dangerfield involved there. Ralph Smith had a bit of the ball across the first 2 periods. Hands it off to McIntosh. One-on-one here, Kolajasny and Caddy. Well done by Kolajasny. Goes back to Stewart, who retreats to Blitzards. The Cats will look to switch here towards the broadcast wing. Buse, who was inside the forward arc just moments ago, kicking a goal, now seeing it up from the defensive arc.
They've done well to close that down, the Tigers. All worked across really hard. Bolton, Edwards, now they're forced to double switch, which isn't ideal for the team with ball in hand.
Zach Guthrie to Narkle. Well way to kick. So they've just gone ahead of into their forward half here, the Cats. Narkle, who re-signed with Geelong. So he was involved in a lot of trade whispers throughout the 2021 season. Inside 50, Radaglia raising up. Dalhouse at ground level. A little handball away to Stanley, hoping he could try and feed it out towards Parfitt. Feigned the kick on the right, went with the left. And just missed. The Cats are really edging close to usurping the Tigers on the scoreboard.
With his work in the shoebox there, Brandon Parfitt. Yeah, Narkle was a big signature for them, wasn't he? In terms of the short term, I think it was only a 1-year contract, so keeps his options open going into next season. If that opportunity doesn't expose itself full time, which we would assume it would, given some departures and giving some aging players.
What a great fly from Tom Stewart. He's back in the hoops and back doing what he does best.
He does that a lot, and he never lands on his backside or his back, which makes it look twice as good, Ben. So I know he opens himself up to the possibility of injury, but let's put a bit more showtime on it.
Speaking of showtime, Jed Buse kicked a goal before, just selling some candy there. Stolen by Close off the handball. They're finding some rhythm here, the Cats, and Close is going to get a free kick for a hold and can put the Cats in front with this kick.
And I'd imagine, with 7 minutes 20 to play in the third period, we're watching this in terms of, yes, there's 3 periods to go on after this one, but both coaches' boxes would have an intimate awareness that, let's play to win this first 3 periods. So Cats have done really well to claw back that 2 to 3 goal deficit, and the Tigers will need to look to shuffle some magnets or shift some style to bring themselves back an opportunity to win the first 3 periods.
One of the most improved players at the Cats last year puts the Cats in front. Brad Close with his first of the day. It's the first time Geelong have led since the early stages of the first quarter, and they have really got going in this quarter. That's now 4 goals to 3.
And it does replicate the dominance on the stanza. I'm still not sure what to call this this patch of six blocks. But anyway, the opening stanza, I will refer to it as, has been dominated for large parts by the Cats. 23 scoring shots to 14. The Tigers have been efficient when they've gone inside forward 50 and had some opportunity. Tom Lynch, a noticeable absentee in the past period when the Cats have really got their skates on it and got moving. So, some things to have a look at if you're in the Tigers box and you're looking to win the opening stanza.
Geelong regain the lead here at GMHBA Stadium, and Dangerfield goes into the middle and wins the centre clearance. Cameron in front takes the chest mark. Radaglia is deep, but you get the sense that Cameron is wanting to have a crack at the goals here. It was a big name signing for the Cats just over 12 months ago. Injury interrupted first year with Geelong, but he's a star of a key forward, and he's just pulled it again. He's had lots of opportunities today in front of goal. Jeremy Cameron, he gives the Cats a 5-point lead. Have you seen the Geelong forward line synergy?
Yeah, it's much the same, isn't it, in terms of the main avenues to goal. In terms of the big guys, has been Cameron and Hawkins. Radaglia hasn't had a good run and jump at it. Zach Guthrie takes a nice mark, but the inclusion of Stengel, we've banged on about it. It will give them some real spark in the front half.
Tom Stewart's given them ample spark inside 50. Stengel is there. He wants deliberate out of bounds. Umpire will say boundary throw.
Yeah, umpire Finlay. He's been around the block a few times. He knows that would have been Ticky Touchwood. But the Stengel situation, I referred to it before in terms of he absorbs a defender rather than sides going to play the Cats and say, well, we can drop off player X, Y, or Z.
Yep.
Right now he's got Jaden Short, so we haven't seen a huge amount of pop and bounce off half-back by Jaden Short, which is usually such a weapon for the Tigers.
Smith to Close. Great work out of the stoppage. The Cats have found their groove in this third quarter, and Close can look to extend that Geelong lead, which he gave them just moments ago. 15 goals, 10 last year. Brad Close played almost every game for the Cats, 23 games. In fact, rookie pick from 2019, but he's proving great value for Chris Scott and the Cats. His kick will just fall short. Radaglia was there, but sailed over his head. It's now 9 goals, 16 for Geelong, 25 scoring shots to 14.
It's 3.5 to play. I'm really interested to see if they do try and take this on and try and win it, or whether it is, let's just get through this and tools down in terms of result to the side.
And when do you claim victory as well?
Yeah, I don't think it's one where we can fully circle up and
yes,
and get the Powerade. We should support the sponsors of the AFL. Here we go.
Revolt gathers.
Needs the right angle. Needs the off spinner.
And doesn't get it.
Got the flipper.
Yeah, just straight on there.
And that is gone down to the plumbing.
They haven't had to do too much work today, the construction workers.
There's no overly patriotic construction workers either. At Icon Park on Thursday, there was tools down officially. I think from 9:30 a.m. across till lunchtime, and 3 or 4 of them brought their either Carlton or St Kilda jumpers to support the boys with their hard hats on.
And the best smokos, no doubt, of their careers to date. As Smith through the middle of the ground to Stengel. Wasn't interfered with according to the umpire. Close. Tries to run onto it. Stengel is there as well. The 2 small forwards working in tandem here. Stengel picks it up and kicks another. He can't be stopped. Tyson Stengel has 4 for the Cats and continues his very eye-catching first performance in the hoops.
Well, he's gone from a supplementary pick to getting an opportunity in a practice match with a very much unknown situation around what goes on into the season. But I think his magnet, Ben, may be firmly planted alongside your Hawkinses, your Camerons for round 1. There's still probably a little bit of work to do in terms of who else joins those names in the front half, but at the moment you can most certainly put in 3, and Stengel is one of them.
And just seeing Close and Stengel work in tandem, I think Close brings lots of energy as well, but Stengel probably just has that little bit of extra class and maybe goal kicking now as well. Those two working together is promising.
You've summed that up brilliantly. The best combinations or the best teams so often have the 1-2 punch in terms of small forwards. You think about the Hawthorn era, 13 to 15. Silrioli was the one. Luke Bruce was a bit of class, but Paul Piopolo was the warrior. He did all the work, well, not all the work, but a lot of the work to get the other guys the opportunity.
Dangerfield out of the middle, deep inside 50, off target as well. Yeah, the Cats have really dominated in the past 10 minutes or so. They've kicked the last 4 goals of the match and 5 of the last 7. And that has equated to a 2-goal lead. Kick out from the Tigers. McIntosh has really owned that outer wing today. Marks at half back. We're ticking to the final minute of this third period. Hope you're enjoying the call here on KO Sports. Great to bring it to you from GMHBA Stadium as Dangerfield forces his fellow number 35 Broad out of bounds.
The tired boys at the moment. The legs are getting tired. The legs are getting really heavy, as shown by that kick, a lazy kick by Camden McIntosh, who I'd imagine the way those wingers play modern day, up and down, would have covered near on the most on the ground.
So what's going to be really interesting as we tick towards the third break of the game is which players will take a rest, because we saw at Hawthorn Collingwood yesterday, a lot of players were taken out of the game at that moment. Might be a different situation for both coaches today.
I anticipate, by the look of the warm-up after period 2 for the Tigers, I reckon a new group will nearly emerge from the rooms.
Sonsi gets the clearance. Stewart up high, took a great mark earlier this term, as Bolton receives from Revolt. We've seen some terrific goals so far today, and on the siren, Bolton provides another. What an explosive third quarter from both teams. Real entertaining practice game on your KO Sports screens today. Bolton goals on the buzzer. Let's have a look at it as well. And he's reduced the margin to 6. He kicked a terrific goal earlier in that quarter. Handball from Revolt. Bolton, that's almost trademark him, that snap around the body. He's got 2. The Tigers have 11, but the Cats have a 6-point lead. We'll take a short break, have some Nick Barlow analysis on the other side, as well as the 4th period in this practice match between the Cats and the Tigers. Tigers in the meantime work the ball on the wing. Great tap from Caddy, then to Bolton. That's an even better tap to Revolt, who centres the ball. They're running in waves here, the Tigers.
3-on-1.
Edwards has Bolton short. He goes in over the top to Baker, who snaps the goal. Beautiful Richmond footy in transition, and Baker is rewarded with the major.
Yes, the 2-goal swing. They'll miss at one end and the goal at the other. And the Cats were caught out really quickly.
The Tigers in the meantime work the ball on the wing. Great tap from Caddy, then to Bolton. That's an even better tap to Revolt, who centres the ball. They're running in waves here, the Tigers.
3-on-1.
Edwards has Bolton short. He goes in over the top to Baker, who snaps the goal. Beautiful Richmond footy in transition, and Baker is rewarded with the major.
Yes, the 2-goal swing. They'll miss at one end and the goal at the other. And the Cats were caught out really quickly.
Been a hindrance for Tom Hawkins in the past. He's got 2 goals so far today.
Yeah.
Make it 3. Well executed from the champion Cash. And that's his 3rd hit out there. The Cats in defence though, trying to rebound. The hand pass from Stewart to Zach Guthrie was dangerous, and that is a wonderful forward 50 tackle. He's hoping for Bolton, or Revolt from behind. Bolton kept his feet, gathered cleanly, snapped a terrific goal. That is all class from Bolton, who puts another through for the Tigers. That's 3 goals so far for them. He's hoping for Bolton, or Revolt from behind. Bolton kept his feet, gathered cleanly, snapped a terrific goal. That is all class from Bolton, who puts another through for the Tigers. That's 3 goals so far for them. Prestia runs into a big Atkins tackle. He's one of the best tacklers in the business, but he's
had the longest off-season they've ever had, so the ability to stay nice and healthy, nice and fresh, should give them a really good kick-start to the season.
Close inside 50 to Cameron. It was made to earn that by Gibcus. But easy when the goal executed. Set close to task. Cam Guthrie goes back to Cameron, who might get it to close in the end or fall a little bit over the top to Stengel, who's been a big shining light for the Cats today. Sonzi, our first look at the 2nd round draftee from last year, getting a handball away there for the Tigers. Buse comes through, lovely step from the defender, and he kicks towards goal and kicks it like a forward. Jed Buse, player of the day so far. Terrific finish from the defender.
He's nearly had his head.
Sonzi, our first look at the 2nd round draftee from last year, getting a handball away there for the Tigers. Buse comes through, lovely step from the defender, and he kicks towards goal and kicks it like a forward. Jed Buse, player of the day so far. Terrific finish from the defender.
He's nearly had his head expose itself full time, which we would assume it would, given some departures and giving some aging players.
What a great fly from Tom Stewart. He's back in the hoops and back.
Expose itself full time, which we would assume it would, given some departures and giving some aging players.
What a great fly from Tom Stewart. He's back in the hoops and back.
Expose itself full time, which we would assume it would, given some departures and giving some aging players.
What a great fly from Tom Stewart. He's back in the hoops and back. Just selling some candy there. Stolen by Close off the handball. They're finding some rhythm here, the Cats, and Close is going to get a free kick for a hold and can put the Cats in front.
Goal deficit, and the Tigers will need to look to shuffle some magnets or shift some style to bring themselves back an opportunity to win the first 3 periods.
One of the most improved players at the Cats last year puts the Cats in front. Stadium, and Dangerfield goes into the middle and wins the centre clearance. Cameron in front takes the chest mark. Radagalier is deep, but you get the sense that Cameron as well. The 2 small forwards working in tandem here. Stengel picks it up and kicks another. He can't be stopped. Tyson Stengel has 4 for the Cats and continue. The Tigers in the meantime work the ball on the wing. Great tap from Caddy, then to Bolton. That's an even better tap to Revolt, who centres the ball. They're running in waves here, the Tigers.
3-on-1.
Edwards has Bolton short. He goes in over the top to Baker, who snaps the goal. Beautiful Richmond footy in transition, and Baker is rewarded with the major.
Yes, the 2-goal swing. They'll miss at one end and the goal at the other. And the Cats were caught out really quickly.
The Tigers, in the meantime, work the ball on the wing. Great tap from Caddy. Then to Bolton. That's an even better tap to Revolt, who centres the ball. They're running in waves here, the Tigers.
3-on-1.
Edwards has Bolton short. He goes in over the top to Baker, who snaps the goal. Beautiful Richmond footy in transition, and Baker is rewarded with the major.
Yes, the 2-goal swing. They'll miss at one end and the goal at the other. And the Cats were caught out really quickly.
Been a hindrance for Tom Hawkins in the past. He's got 2 goals so far today.
Yeah.
Make it 3. Well executed from the champion Cash. And that's his 3rd hit out there. The Cats in defence, though, trying to rebound. Or the hand pass from Stewart to Zach Guthrie was dangerous, and that is a wonderful forward 50 tackle. He's hoping for Bolton, or Revolt from behind. Bolton kept his feet, gathered cleanly, snapped a terrific goal. 4th period, not too far away from GMHBA Stadium, and we're just coming off a 3rd turn that was electric, really. We saw the Cats kick 5-5 to Richmond's 4-1. That's led to a Geelong 6-point lead at the, 3 periods in. Essentially, it's half-time of this 6-term game here at GMHBA Stadium. Ben Waterworth with you alongside former Suns and Dockers midfielder, current Werribee VFL coach Michael Barlow, and we really see the goals start to flow in that quarter.
Yeah, but I'm just admiring the V-line heading past South Geelong Station there, back towards the Big Smoke. No, I'm getting picked up. I caught the Rattler down, and the fiancé will pick me up and run some errands and say hi to some people in Sleepy Hollow before heading back tonight. But
excellent.
It's very good to see for everyone involved that, the main cohorts have stayed out there for the 4th period. So, and maybe we got a little bit of a sneak peek in terms of Richmond weren't chasing the game towards the end of that 3rd period. So both teams looking for a genuine hit out for probably their best 24 to 26 players.
4th term underway. Martin and Dangerfield at that centre bounce. Soldo and Stanley going head-to-head in the ruck. Narkle applying the tackle on Arts to force a secondary stoppage.
And we noticed a free kick, and we'll come back to discuss that. There was a free kick, and a very weird free kick from a centre square bounce in the 3rd period, which we just want to dissect when we get a little bit of time.
So Marley and Pickett's on the ground. He was involved in that handball chain there. Martin sent it up towards half forward. De Koning gave away a free kick as he tried to spoil that ball. Ooh. And must have been play on, because De Koning really attacked on the smother, and Revolt was held. And he can go back and have a set shot free kick. He's already kicked 1 goal so far, Jack Revolt.
And I know it's not the be-all and end-all, and he gets a lot of plaudits, Tom Stewart, but I think he's had a few kicked on him today.
Right.
And he's had a few one-on-one situations, and he's a little bit frustrated with umpire Finlay there in terms of the free kick. It'll be interesting to see the replay, but he's been exposed under a couple of high balls today, which is easier said than done to say, let's get Tom Stewart one-on-one, because they manipulate it so well. But Jack Revolt, a chance to bring it back to an even ball game.
And he does that, so we're all square at 77 apiece. Just speaking of Revolt, he's got 2 goals now. But just speaking of Revolt, as we talked about a free kick that happened after the Jed Buse goal, a terrific goal it was as well. You noticed that Jack Revolt was arguing the umpire that he thought it had been touched off the boot. As a result, Revolt was, and this is via Pete Ryan from The Age, picked this up.
Very reliable source.
Free kick paid against Jack Revolt after demonstrative dissent to the umpire after claiming Jed Buse' kick for goal was touched.
Yeah, Dion Prestia put his hand up and was the one that ended up decapitating Buse and claimed he had a finger on it. And Jack Revolt, who would have been a fair way off the play, may have had a thing or two to say about it. So, well, it must have been exactly where it was paid. Which was just forward of centre for Jack. So I think if you were running a book, you might have thought that Jack Revolt out there today may have been one to actually get that rule implemented.
Yes. Here's Cooper Stevens, high inside 50. Cameron with a big leap. Selwood is there ready to crumb it. Soldo,
clever.
very
Volleyball.
clever tap, yes. To Marley and Pickett.
Here's Brown.
Ross to Tom Brown, who's on the field, the first round draftee from last year. Look at the strength there of Martin to keep the flow of the Richmond ball movement flowing. Pickett's kick towards Stewart and Revolt. What can Stewart do on the ground against Revolt this time? He wins the ball and he can't quite find a teammate. Edwards paddles it along. Kolajasny put his head over the ball, but it's all Tigers around here. Handball comes out to McIntosh and Baker. And McIntosh goes over the top to Nankervis. And this is a good position for Nankervis, the natural left footer on his right side here.
So he's backed himself in a couple of times by foot today, Nankervis. Tell you what, he's airborne in terms of confidence. They've announced him captain. It has been made note that not many media personalities have actually heard him speak or front the media too often, but on field and within the four walls of Tigers, very accomplished player and person.
Just missing to the left on that occasion, but Toby Nankervis, 98 games to his name, 29 goals, three-time premiership player, real integral member of that Richmond three premierships.
Yeah, he was number 2 banana in terms of premiership ruckman in 17 behind now Geelong assistant Sean Grigg.
Yes, of course. Radigalea, great contested mark. He's got Tui running, but he's on the wrong side for a right footer. Called a play on now, Radigalea.
Oh.
That just goes 15 to Higgins.
I think it just hit his foot as well. The ball drop wasn't as aesthetic as I think Radigalea would have liked.
Stanley wasn't held according to the umpire. Flostone, handball intercepted. Plucked there by the Cats, and a kick towards Cameron. Fumbled, Radigalea. He missed his hand that time. He might have hit his foot just beforehand, but he missed his hand. Dangerfield just barrels Arts out the way and forces a stoppage 30 metres out from goal. So a couple of different players already on the field to start this fourth period.
And the sun's popped up.
Yes, it has. Lovely afternoon to be down at GMHBA Stadium. Now the ball's in the hands of Zach Tui, who's a lovely kick for goal usually, and he'll have about 45 metres to cover here.
And we've made a few NFL references across the morning, but that was clearly one that went nice and high, and Zach Tui did call for the fair catch.
Yes.
And now they'll get the restart. A nice, composed set shot for goal, and he's kicked some big ones on this ground.
He has.
This one probably won't rival many of them that are up the top end, but it'll take his best effort.
Averaged the 23 disposals last year, Zach Tui, and that is a terrific set shot.
That was a pitching wedge
Yes.
from Tui. Most players at this level even would have to go back and give it their full arsenal, but Zach Tui, fair dinkum, just sized it up, found the sweet spot on his foot, did a little hop, skip and a jump as well, which was a bit strange. But just stuck at the big quads, of which I think has some sort of artwork on it. Yes, it's been on there for a while, but not completely sure what it is of. Not a place I'd be putting the ink, Ben. I'd imagine you'd have the double quad tats.
No, Mike. Can't say so. He's one of a number of 30-plus-year-olds on this list. Just counting them up now. I think that's 7. Certainly 7 that are out there today, and a couple more that aren't playing today as well. That list is still very heavily skewed towards the older range, but they've still got plenty of opportunities, in sense, to have a crack at this premiership. The Cats. Here's Cooper White, one of their young guys, a draftee from last year. Cooper White.
A couple of their draftees, local boys, aren't they?
Yep, he's a Falcon.
Cooper White, a Falcon.
Yep.
Conway, a Falcon.
Mitch Nevitt.
Mitch Nevitt.
Yes.
With a K?
Yes, with a K.
No, don't worry, we can't pull the wool over my eyes too much with these spelling situations.
Intercepted there by Tarrant. Radigalea and Miller here. Radigalea just starting to get a bit more involved in the game. The coaches would love that follow-up. That's a great tackle from Radigalea, right in front of the fans, and they loved it as well.
Yes, a couple of boys from the Golden Valley coming into contact with each other. Radigalea,
yes.
Cobram, and Brown Marupna.
That kick from Radigalea was well weighted in the end, and the mark has been taken here by Selwood.
Now, Zach Tui may be able to pull out the pitching wedge from here, but Joel Selwood may need the 1 wood. And if he actually does go for it, which he does not, would have been an interesting effort.
And it's thumped through in the end by the Tigers' defence. It's interesting you noted that Selwood has played a little bit more outside.
High half forward a lot, and I'll tell you what will really help that, and potentially him to play that role a little bit more and not have the reliance of scoring too many goals and just being that high one that can get on the end of some chains. It is the inclusion of Stengel, who's the real goal threat for a small inside their forward 50.
Pickett marks on the outer wing. He's got Martin short.
And the sun's deserted us for the first 3 periods, but beautiful February day here at GMHBA Stadium now.
About 26, 27 degrees at the moment, as that's a nice mark taken by Zach Guthrie, who continues to impress, playing across half-back today. Hoping for Radaglia, one-on-one with Miller. And there's a hold against Miller going the way of Radaglia, who's starting to cause a few headaches for the Tigers. Cats take the advantage, and Cameron Marks, and all by himself in the pocket is Stengel again.
He snuck on from the bench, so he's going to go quickly.
And he's going to snap around the body, and he's going to miss. Hasn't had too many minor scores today, Tyson Stengel. That's a rare one. He's been lively.
It looked good early, didn't it? Looked really good off the boot.
Just looks like he's been part of this Geelong forward line for more than one pre-season. Short now at half-back. We spoke about Mitch Nevitt just beforehand. He's just come onto the ground, the number 10 for Geelong. He was one of their number of second-round draftees taken in last year's national draft. Pickett's starting to get his hands on the ball a bit more. To Short. Some methodical build-up from half-back by the Tigers. Jaden Short, best and fairest in premiership year in 2020. The ball's come to the back, and Soldo's doing the running here and taking a bounce, if you don't mind. Great confidence. Edwards receives from Bolter.
That's well worked.
And he's found Caddy directly in front of goal.
Yeah, really well worked. They didn't panic, as I think most Richmond fans would have panicked as they saw it was Soldo then to Bolter. So the big boys with ball in hand, running with time and space, but they did get it to Shane Edwards. And again, his eyes didn't deviate. They went straight to the top of the square. And that's why he's such a respected player across the competition. Not an ounce of selfishness in him. Finds Caddy, who
kicks the goal, Mick. He's a player that certainly was a big part of their first 2 premierships and had an excellent 2018 season. Arguably when they didn't win the flag, he was in the All-Australian squad of 40, still trying to work his way back, though, into that best 22. It's real tough competition for spots across half forward at the Tigers.
That it is. Bolter, yeah, he used it well, as I alluded to. So time and space. Soldo, it's not the ideal combination to result in a nice unaffected chain to score, but they got there in the end. And Josh Caddy, he's a player that's been around a long while. That's stating the obvious. He's been to the Suns. He's been here to Geelong. And now he spent a fair chunk of his time at Richmond. And clearly, on the depths of the list now, in and out last year a lot. And let's see what his 2020 holds in store, because he still has a lot to offer at the level.
Shannon Neal's also into the ruck for Geelong, the number 33. So both teams now starting to, I suppose, use an NBA term, empty the bench a little bit and have a look at some different players. That is so classy from Bolton. Found Pickett, who hit Martin, and he hits a teammate further afield as well in Castagna. And he can put the Tigers back in front.
It's opening up more so than ever in this game, isn't it? The more the fatigue sets in, the more open opportunities and skill errors like that one. Kicked it backwards 30 metres, which isn't the way you want to kick it. When I was brought up, it was like try and go the way you're kicking as much as you can. So ball spills out and all the class surrounding it. Martin, Pickett, and now Castagna, who, like most others today, has an interesting little run up as well.
Looks effective this time. Goal umpire didn't move as Castagna kicks the goal, and Richmond reclaim the lead again. A little topsy-turvy in terms of the scoreboard so far in this fourth quarter, and the Tigers lead by 5 points.
There was a little bit of scepticism around the scoring in a couple of the trials so far. I did the game for KO Sports at Icon Park. It ended up 67-60. Relatively dour affair across 4 quarters. I think Geelong and Richmond have heard that and said, don't worry about us. We will make this nice and enjoyable, nice and open as it is. So 30 scoring shots to the Cats, which again, Tigers are sitting there potentially thinking, how's our team defence look?
Yeah.
But at the same time, they've been really accurate and giving themselves a nice amount of opportunities as well. So they're a team that don't mind fighting fire with fire, the Tigers.
Neal up in the ruck there, athletically over Nankervis, but Arts wins the clearance to Nankervis, and now McIntosh looks towards the wing. And Ross marking there in front of Higgins. Spent a bit of time on the ball. Jack Ross also on the outside. Short to Martin. He's looked pretty good in his first competitive game back.
Yeah, he has. He always just looks so calm, doesn't he? He's made a few errors with ball in hand, which I won't be at all critical of because everyone makes them. Dustin only rarely makes them. But yeah, he's built into the game nicely and he'll jump back in the car tonight. Pretty comfortable with his own performance.
Powerful kick inside 50 from Martin. Nankervis is there, as was Bolton, who's had a terrific past couple of terms. And sizzling kick from Ross to Edwards, who plays on. His players in the goal square. Didn't quite get to revolt. And there's Nick Stevens going back and taking the mark.
Yes. What was their biggest enemy there was their lack of selfishness. That's a goose step and a half.
Tom Stewart, he's had a very impressive first game back. His kick, though, just had a bit too much juice in it in that contest.
Yeah, the unselfishness ended up being the Achilles heel in Shane Edwards. 40 out, he had two options spare and he just mishit the kick where, from 40 out directly in front on the run, he'd probably 9 out of 10 nail them.
Martin, kick speared inside 50. Bolted has fumbled. Caddy, lovely step through. He's got Baker over the top. Got a bad bounce, Baker. Quick hands off to Castagna. Just fumbled at the wrong time. Zach Guthrie arrives. Working with Higgins and Atkins via hand. And short to Narkle. He marks just in front of Ross. Not the 15, according to the umpire. So it'll be tossed back in.
A bit unlucky, isn't it? That the 15, very hard to adjudicate. You see some paid that are 8, and you see some not paid that are 28.
Yes. So opportunity here for the Cats through Narkle to clear. Over the head of Radagalia. Stengel working high up the ground to Dalehouse. Haven't seen too much of Dalehouse today. Cameron in front of Vlostone here. Ball just carries both of those players. Talking about, just going back to the Tom Stewart discussion, where he's had a few kicked on him today, but with no Henderson and no Taylor, maybe he might have to take a little bit more responsibility for a man this year. Yeah,
there's a little bit of that. Now, they'll clearly want to keep him in the position they've got, as Cats are a big chance to snuff one out here.
They are. Hawkins has 2 to beat. Miller is there, and Hawkins is wrapped up.
Yeah, and even as we speak, Tom Stewart might be off the ground having a bit of a spell, but I was trying to see how they were trying to manipulate the situation behind the ball. As they always will, they'll always try and prioritise Tom Stewart as that floating defender.
Bolton's got better as this game has gone on. Got a couple of goals. Shea Bolton, Castagna, and Arts just claims it before it hit the turf. In front of construction here at GMHBA Stadium, new stand being built. We make this stadium even better. It really has developed into one of the best in Victoria. Here's Cooper White, draftee, and gets his first taste of kicking out of bounds on the full here at GMHBA Stadium. So we also saw Mitch Nevitt on the field. Toby Conway's the other second round draftee for the Cats. He didn't quite get up for today, the big ruckman, but they expect
he's one they're as excited about as any, isn't he?
Yes.
Toby Conway.
Yeah, they're expecting him to play against the Suns in the community series next week.
Very good. His brother Sam's down at Werribee actually. Big
bees,
big ruckman.
Yes,
come across from crosstown rivals Williamstown, but from Sleepy Hollow, so fair connection there. As again, we're getting towards the back end of this game, and I'm going to keep my eyes on just how both teams handle the situation, being a close game.
Yeah.
And again, I'm going to be fairly obvious in my prediction that the 5th and 6th period may see some more inexperience float onto the ground.
Jake Arts is a set shot for goal here. He'll have to kick from just beyond 50. Made really good connection with it, and it's just off to the near side. Nice distance there from Jake Arts, but didn't have the accuracy. So Dangerfield back on the ground now with the Cats trailing by 6 points. This is Nick Stevens. Hasn't quite played any AFL footy yet, but he was pick 47 from the 2020 draft. Played some really good VFL footy last year, Nick Stevens. Not getting an opportunity at AFL level this season. Dangerfield went up with the one Duke. Couldn't bring it down. The Tigers have ample numbers forward of the ball here. One of them is Sonzi, who kicks deep inside 50. Rewald will fly from behind. He's got Zach Guthrie into Koning for company. De Koning sweeps the handball, intercepted here by Caddy. Baker, Bolton, he's got 3. He's putting on a great masterclass in the past 2 periods. Shea Bolton, and the Tigers extend their lead by a goal.
They know he's been busy, hasn't he? Very busy. And now he makes his way up towards the middle of the ground and thinks about coming off. So he's that perfect type of player to complement Dustin Martin. And you'd nearly imagine, without being in the inner sanctum, that they're the 2 players they look to run their own show a little bit about in terms of, right, one's forward, one's mid, and then they can just do their own swaps. One may come up, whoever's forward comes up in the midfield, whoever's in the midfield may float forward because they've got such X factor and ability to impact the game, in particularly in the front half, that, the next Dustin Martin may be just in front of us in terms of a Shea Bolton across the rest of his career.
So Tigers have had a very good 4th period. They've kicked 4 goals to 1 so far in this period. As that bounce will be recalled. Stanley up against Nankervis. Free kick going the way of the Tigers, and advantage is paid to Pickett. Caddy leading up hard in front of Stewart, who's back on the ground. Ball has mainly lived in the Tigers' forward half for the past 5-7 minutes. Short. Assessing his options. Goes short. And Pickett again provides, starting in the centre bounce and working hard forward to centre. The 2019 Premiership player.
Loose checking.
Here's Sonsi, super talented player. Hopefully we get to have a really good look at him in the 5th and 6th periods as well. His kick is straight down the throat of Dangerfield, as if Dangerfield was the only option inside 50.
And that's what Geelong do so well, from the help play outside forward 50, and the Tigers, again, an inexperienced player in Sonsi, who I think played a little bit of VFL footy last year.
He did.
At a very high level.
Yep.
He wasn't a player that came in and just kind of filled the gaps. He came in and was a main mover. So clearly playing against men isn't a concern for Sonsi.
He played 1 game for Box Hill. He had kicked 2 and had 24 touches.
I think that was against...
it was against your mob, wasn't it?
That's how I remember.
You still won that game, though.
Thank you. No, I did. I wasn't going to mention, but I'm glad you did.
As Baker goes inside 50, not quite taken there by Soldo. Kolajasny wraps him up. But we've seen Soldo and Nankervis rotate through the ruck and 4 positions quite frequently today. And
a big part of it is their connection between the 2 and being able to connect and understand, okay, you come up, I'll go up, I'll come back. Because it just catches oppositions napping. The ability to connect on field like that and build that synergy, as Castagna takes, as he so often does, undersized but full of courage. And again, it's Shane Edwards who could blaze away but thought he'd nearly put his teammate in hospital. Instead, give him a look at the big sticks.
Tom Stewart was there but didn't quite time the spoil right. So we're kicking down into the final stages of this 4th period. I think we'll see a lot of the AFL listed players that started the game have a rest after the 4th period, as Castagna kicks another. That's 5 goals to the Tigers in this final period. Castagna's got 2 of them. He's got 2 for the game as well, and Richmond hit the ton at GMHBA Stadium.
Yeah, they've turned the game on its head again. So 18-point lead. Halfway through that 3rd period, it was all the Cats, and the Cats were flying, and they were starting to use the ball really well. Ball, in terms of position, hasn't been to the left of our monitor or the ground for a long time, as you're seeing it live on KO Sports. It's been a bit of a desert in the front half at the moment for players like Jeremy Cameron, who's still out there, Francis Evans, Joel Selwood. So is it Joel Selwood that can go inside the stoppage and assist some of these younger bodies that are running around at the moment in White and Holmes?
So the Cats did lead by as much as 2 goals late in that 3rd period, but the Tigers have really swung it. They now lead by 3 goals themselves. White bumped off the ball but kept his feet. Well played by the draftee. Handballs to Holmes from 55 on the run. Misses. A bit of a taste of AFL footy last year. 12 games. A fair bit involved as a sub, though, has to be said. But did pepper the goals. 1 goal, 7 last year from those 12 games.
Not completely holding the stereotypical AFL athlete physique at the moment, Max Holmes, but I'm sure that's a work in progress. Benny clearly has the skill set, though, in terms of explosive speed and clean hands and the ability to use the ball.
Gee, Zach Guthrie's looked like a different player today, much more confident, much more assured in himself. It's exciting for Cats fans. Cameron gets it back. Guthrie is there again. Couldn't quite find a teammate, though, and the Tigers have numbers 4 to the ball here. Ross to Revolt, and Bolton's on over the top. Revolt holds the play up, though. There's lots of space.
He hasn't gone back off his mark. He's gone out to the side on his mark, which was, again, I lost his compass a little bit there, Jack Revolt, in terms of which direction he was meant to be kicking.
Beautiful kick from Ross. Soldo was illegally spoiled in the end, and the Tigers, Revolt didn't really want to take the advantage, but kind of did in the end, and they rush it forward. Shea Bolton has barely put a foot wrong in the past 2 periods. Just got a handball away to McIntosh. Castagna fumbled. Evans tripped of it, and he's caught holding the ball. So the Tigers will finally have a look at it. And even though it's a practice match, the boos ring around GMHBA.
A little bit of a parochial response to that decision, which it could have easily, as we'll see here, Bolton, who I think did exactly the same as we're going to see Evans do. No, Evans clearly no hand on it. One of the best in the business. It was umpire Finlay, just adjacent to that contest. So he's nailed the brief because Evans was clearly dispossessed. Bolton's could have gone either way. Castagna, he's had a fair few looks at the big sticks today, Ben. What's he lining up for?
He's lining up for goal number 3, Jason Castagna. In fact, he's now actually got... Oh, he didn't. If he had kicked that, he would have had 3 of the last 4 goals of the game, but he's missed, and it's now back to an 18-point ball game. But still, the Cats have had 31 scoring shots to 24 today. Big fly over the top. Free kick going the way of Dangerfield. They won't take the advantage, Geelong. It allows the Tigers, though, to get numbers back. Cooper Stevens. Wretched run with injury, and he's passed a couple of years with the Cats, but has a body that really could step into AFL this season. Long kick from Dangerfield to Hawkins. That is pure strength from the star.
You can seriously nearly hear the air come out of the football when this man wraps his arms around it. Just watch this. Dangerfield. Again, that connection I talk about, these guys have played a lot of football together. He would have put himself in situations in games across multiple years that you look up and you see Hawkins and just that confidence that I'm going to kick it. Is it slightly to your right? Is it slightly to your left? Is it slightly in front? Only the connection between Dangerfield and Hawkins can tell the story, but that footy nearly needs replacing because he squeezed the air right out of it.
And he...
Left to righter.
Yep, follows up with a beautiful set shot. He's got 4 goals now, Tom Hawkins. That's just Geelong's second goal of the quarter, whereas the Tigers have been able to put 5 goals on the board, but it was a tough mark, and considering as well that Robbie Tarrant was, one of the best defenders in the comp for the past few years, was right there. Gosh.
He's no mug, Robbie Tarrant. So Tomahawk, 4 snags, a very nice outing.
So
big boy.
Just with the Richmond defensive setup, with Tarrant coming back, Josh Gibkiss also, we've seen a fair bit of him in defence today. Ben Miller as well. Looks like he's had a really good go for the entire 4 periods in defence. We've seen Noel Bolter play a whole heap of different roles. He's currently heading into the forward 50. He's kind of being plugged in all different spots today, Noel Bolter.
Yeah, and it can be. And Noel Bolter was the one, wasn't he, that burst onto the scene at the expense of the Alex Rant situation. Really, It took a little while, but Bolter became the next, or the heir apparent, a lot we're calling him, and it can just disrupt your mojo a little bit if you're thrown here, there and everywhere. So they've got to be mindful of that, which I'm sure they will be, because his best football clearly at the moment is behind the footy.
Holmes overran the ball, and Edwards using all his experience and wisdom to gather, but plucked there by Cooper Stevens. Got it back to Narkle, hoping for Stengel, one-on-one with Brown. Stengel almost plucked it, and Brown's paid the mark. Nice from the draftee. Tom Brown, pick 17 in last year's draft. And he sort of bolted into first-round contention late after a terrific NAB League campaign. Actually ranked in the top 10 in intercepts in the NAB League last year, Tom Brown.
A few Tom Browns floating around, isn't there?
There is
an on-field Tom Brown, this one.
That's Flostone working in tandem here with Nan Curvis. Broad put under the hammer here. Hawkins just misses the tackle. Free kick is paid for the advantage is taken in the end, or is it going to come back? The umpires are just going to confer here. then say that I don't think the advantage will be paid.
Nathan Broad. The off-field Tom Brown actually DM'd me on Twitter once.
Did he?
When my Twitter had been taken captive for some time. It was my Twitter that had been taken captive, not me personally.
Not you, yes.
And I made a tweet about the Twitter being taken captive, and the off-field Tom Brown thought that was in reference to me physically being taken captive. So he sniffed a story. He sniffed a story, and I said, Tom, listen here, son. I'm okay for now.
Thank you for that enlightening anecdote.
I think I just needed to give us something as we head towards the back end of the fourth period.
Yeah, no, thank you.
You've just informed me we're staying for the whole 6, so I need to just lighten it up a little bit.
You have got a 10-minute break in between.
Beautiful.
Yes.
Already had lunch.
The fourth and the fifth, and then we've got a 6-minute break between the fifth and the sixth. High tackle is paid here to the Tigers. They're getting a good run of the green at the moment. Bounce was shocking for Baker, but he made it work with the one-handed pickup, but then turned it over to Narkle. He kicks towards the advantage of Evans, who's been lively today. He's got Brown for company, and Evans and Brown go at it there. Well played by Brown. Had McIntosh in support. Got the handball from McIntosh, and Brown's kick was beautiful to Ross. He's had a fair bit of the ball in this fourth period, and there's a lot of tired players out there at the moment. Sonzi was involved in that handball chain, comes out to pick it as we tick into the final minute of this one. Bolton raising up there over his teammate and Bolter. Ball hits the deck, and Bolton's just a little slow to get to his feet here, and he's clutching at towards his lower leg. We'll keep our eyes on that as umpire Roseberry crosses himself here. Bolton just a little slow to get up, being assessed here by the trainers.
So what, they get to him fast. I think both teams have nearly got out to him.
Here's a look on the replay. Got up high.
He's all skin and bone and limbs going everywhere there from Bolton, so a good result that he's up and moving, and might even have another crack at it here and put himself in more harm's way. No, he sensibly stays down.
Yeah. Kolajasny is wrapped up there by Revolt. Maybe one final time here for Baker to snap on the left and kick the goal. And that will take us to the end of the fourth period. Terrific snap from Liam Baker. And that is the end of the fourth period, and I think for a lot of these
a lot of handshaking going on, Ben.
Yes, a lot of these AFL-listed players, that will be the end of the game for them. It finishes with Liam Baker kicking his second goal of this game so far. And I'll just quickly run through the goal kickers as well, because you won't see a lot of these players after that. 3 goals each here to Lynch and Bolton, and 2 to Baker, Revolt, Castagna and Soldo. Singles to Edwards, Caddy, Nan and Curvis. And for the Cats, 4 to Hawkins and 4 to Stengel, who was clearly their big shining light today. And 1 each to Buse, Cameron, Tui and Brad Close as well. Just some comments from Mick before we take a bit of a break here ahead of the 5th and 6th periods. I think both teams will be pretty happy with the hit out today.
Pretty good afternoon of viewing, wasn't it? Footy's back. There's a crowd here. There's a buzz. The sun started shining, but more importantly, from the Cats' point of view, 32 scoring shots across 4 legitimate periods of football. So in a legitimate game, they've had 32 looks at the big sticks, which, their avenue to goal last year became their biggest Achilles heel at times, that ability to hit the scoreboard and play an appetising brand that would promote scoring. And they've come out today and absolutely lighted it up in terms of inside 50s and opportunities in front of the big sticks, and they go down by 18 points, but like I've said a number of times, I think the coaching staff would see the accuracy in front of the big sticks as a fairly easy fix, but their method with ball in hand is something that's under the microscope at the moment, and it was visibly improved today.
So we'll see a big changeover of players now across the next couple of minutes as we get set for the 5th and 6th periods of this one. We'll take a short break and come back with another 2 periods with Michael Barlow and the entire KO Sports team here. It is currently Richmond leading Geelong by 18 points. Grab that opportunity yet. Bits and pieces. A big tackle there from Parfitt, and Bolter.
Majors list.
Good looking kick from Ivan Soldo. A nice little confidence booster for the ruck. His last game was in the AFL.
Majors list.
Good looking kick from Ivan Soldo. A nice little confidence booster for the ruck. His last game was in the AFL in his 2021 campaign. And he's kept that low and kept it straight. So Hawkins gets his first, breaks a...
Odell Beckham.
Cameron hoping for Radaglia or Hawkins. Stengel there as well.
Oh.
Stengel, right place, right time, right through the middle. And he's having a really promising first outing in the hoops.
Isn't he what?
The pick up, Prestia, under the pump here from Ralston.
Oh.
Big tackle from Holmes. Umpire calls for a ball up.
A fresh batch will appear after the third period.
Radaglia favoured by the bounce, but couldn't find a teammate. Martin with another clearance, arches the back, accelerates away, takes a bounce, thumps it inside 50 to Lynch. Trademark Dustin Martin out of the guts.
A fresh batch will appear after the third period.
Radaglia favoured by the bounce, but couldn't find a teammate. Martin with another clearance, arches the back, accelerates away, takes a bounce, thumps it inside 50 to Lynch. Trademark Dustin Martin out of the guts.
To the boundary line.
Good sprinkling of Richmond fans in the house.
We've
As
whacked
Martin
that.
from 50, flushes it, nails it. Lynch has 3. Terrific kick from Tom Lynch, who missed the intra club.
To the boundary line.
Good sprinkling of Richmond fans in the house.
We've
As
whacked
Martin
that.
from 50, flushes it, nails it. Lynch has 3. Terrific kick from Tom Lynch, who missed the intra cross inside 50. Ball comes to ground.
Whoa.
Edwards and Stewart.
Whoop.
Edwards
Whoa.
got boot to it and kicked the goal. Well, luck's a fortune there for Shane Edwards, but he made his own luck, kept the ball alive. The Tigers, in the meantime, worked the ball on the wing. Great tap from Caddy. Then to Bolton. That's an even better tap to Revolt, who centres the ball. They're running in waves here, the Tigers.
3-on-1.
Edwards has Bolton short. He goes in over the top to Baker, who snaps the goal. Beautiful Richmond footy in transition, and Baker is rewarded with the major.
Yes, the 2-goal swing. They'll miss at one end and the goal at the other. And the Cats were caught out really quickly.
The Tigers, in the meantime, worked the ball on the wing. Great tap from Caddy. Then to Bolton. That's an even better tap to Revolt, who centres the ball. They're running in waves here, the Tigers.
3-on-1.
Edwards has Bolton short. He goes in over the top to Baker, who snaps the goal. Beautiful Richmond footy in transition, and Baker is rewarded with the major.
Yes, the 2-goal swing. They'll miss at one end and the goal at the other. And the Cats were caught out really quickly.
Been a hindrance for Tom Hawkins in the past. He's got 2 goals so far today.
Yeah.
Make it 3. Well executed from the champion Cash. And that's his third hit out there. The Cats in defence, though, trying to rebound. Or the hand pass from Stewart to Zach Guthrie was dangerous, and that is a wonderful forward 50 tackle. He's hoping for Bolton, or Revolt from behind. Bolton kept his feet, gathered cleanly, snapped a terrific goal. That is all class from Bolton, who puts another through for the Tigers. That's 3 goals so far for them. He's hoping for Bolton, or Revolt from behind. Bolton kept his feet, gathered cleanly, snapped a terrific goal. That is all class from Bolton, who puts another through for the Tigers. That's 3 goals so far for them. Set to closer task. Cam Guthrie goes back to Cameron, who might get it to close in the end, or fall a little bit over the top to Stengel, who's been a big shining light for the Cats today. Sonzi, our first look at the second round draftee from last year, getting a handball away there for the Tigers. Buse comes through, lovely step from the defender, and he kicks towards goal and kicks it like a forward. Jed Buse, player of the day so far. Terrific finish from the defender.
He's nearly had his head.
Sonzi, our first look at the second round draftee from last year, getting a handball away there for the Tigers. Buse comes through, lovely step from the defender, and he kicks towards goal and kicks it like a forward. Jed Buse, player of the day so far. Terrific finish from the defender.
He's nearly had his head. Expose itself full time, which we would assume it would, given some departures and giving some aging players.
What a great fly from Tom Stewart. He's back in the hoops and back.
Expose itself full time, which we would assume it would, given some departures and giving some aging players.
What a great fly from Tom Stewart. He's back in the hoops and back.
Expose itself full time, which we would assume it would, given some departures and giving some aging players.
What a great fly from Tom Stewart. He's back in the hoops and back.
Deficit, and the Tigers will need to look to shuffle some magnets or shift some style to bring themselves back an opportunity to win the first 3 periods.
One of the most improved players at the Cats last year puts the Cats in front there as well. The 2 small forwards working in tandem here. Stengel picks it up and kicks another. He can't be stopped. Tyson Stengel has 4 for the Cats. and continue. Radaglia and Miller here. Radaglia just starting to get a bit more involved in the game. The coaches would love that follow-up. That's a great... About 26, 27 degrees at the moment, as that's a nice mark taken by Zach Guthrie, who continues to impress. Playing across half-back today. In 2020. The ball's come to the back, and Soldo's doing the running here and taking a bounce, if you don't mind. Great confidence. Edwards receives from Bolter.
That's well worked.
And he's found Caddy directly in front of goal.
Yeah, really well worked. They didn't panic.
Shannon Neal's also into the ruck for Geelong, the number 33. So both teams now starting to, I suppose, to use an NBA term, empty the bench a little bit and have a look at some different players. That is so classy from Bolton. Found Pickett, who hit Martin, and he hits a teammate further afield as well in Castagna.
So, what was their biggest enemy there was their lack of selfishness. That's a goose step and a half.
Fly from behind. He's got Zach Guthrie and De Koning for company. De Koning sweeps the handball, intercepted here by Caddy. Baker, Bolton, he's got 3. He's putting on a great masterclass in the past. Bolton has barely put a foot wrong in the past 2 periods. Just got a handball away to McIntosh. Castagna fumbled. Evans stripped of it, and he's caught holding the ball. So the Tigers... 2 more periods left here at GMHBA Stadium in the practice match between Geelong and Richmond. The Tigers, well, we say currently lead by 18 points. The score is going to be continuing, but it is going to be a very different looking final 2 periods for this game. A lot of VFL listed players and young draftees who sort of got a bit of a taste of things in the 3rd and 4th periods. They'll be going around again in these last 2. Of Ben Waterworth with you alongside Michael Barlow, who's probably going to be doing some scouting, I think, as Werribee coach now, Mitch.
Yeah, I think there might be a large conglomerate of VFL players and depth AFL players, as you alluded to, Ben. So I think we'll drop off a little bit in terms of that execution by foot and the flow of the game. You can already visibly see the difference in body shape between some of these younger players just coming into systems or in the semi-professional environments that really does restrict your sprinkling of AFL and VFL talent for the last 2 periods.
Yeah, including certainly Mitch Nevitt's going to be starting on a wing here. Sapatolis will be in the ruck, the former basketballer for the Cats. Will be in there. The number 40 there, Tyler Sonsi, who was one of Richmond's draftees. He'll be in at the centre bounce here, picked 28 in last year's draft. Looking forward to talking a bit more about him over the next 2 periods.
It's a real opportunity for Quinton Narkle, I think, to flex his muscle and show he does it so often at this level, his ability around the contest, and he's a class above at this level. Can he look to translate that up to the next? So
here is Sonsi winning a free kick for the Tigers, and he'll get the opening clearance of this 5th period. Big high mark just dropped there on that occasion. Handball came out from Judson Clark. He's a really exciting player to watch. Caddy still running around for the Cats. Handball just fumbled on that occasion by Cumberland. Good to see him back out there. A wretched run with injury since joining the Cats. Now comes out here to Jackson Davies, who's wearing Robbie Tarrant's number, the VFL number 6, just to confuse things a little bit. Clark with another handball. The Tigers assess their options and go back into the boards in the middle. Here's big Samson Ryan, who's dropping the mark there on that occasion. Cats looking to pounce. McLaughlin, he's an exciting VFL player. Saw a lot of him in the VFL on KO Sports last year. Tigers win the ball back again, though. But straight to Nevitt, who missed the handball. So scrappy start to this 5th period as both teams just feeling each other out as Nick Stevens goes to Narkle. And here's Dempsey, the rookie from Geelong, picked up in the rookie draft last year, taken without the ball by Pickett.
He was getting manhandled by Pickett 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times, and on the 8th, the umpire managed to understand the situation, give the free kick to the blonde-haired, long lock-flowing number 28 for the Hoops.
So Dempsey kicks inside 50. Here's Nevitt. Our first look at him. Nice little hand pass came out there, stepping through Cooper Stevens to Neal. The big ruckman has a look at the goals and kicks it like a small forward. Lovely finish from Shannon Neal. He gets his first of the day. He came on midway through that 4th period, starting in the ruck, but he drifts forward and Pick 33 from 2020, kicks a goal.
South Fremantle, I think.
Yep,
so,
from Western Australia.
Yeah, over from Western Australia. Scrappy build-up, wasn't it, in terms of we're lauding the execution and style of play across the first 4 periods. And a lot of these guys, in particular the VFL guys, wouldn't have played any footy since midway through last year. Maybe a game locally or if that was afforded to them. But competitive football, you might have to bear with some of these guys that are semi-professional in their approach to football, and having not played at all during 2020 and then into the 2021 season, having it cut off at the knees halfway through.
So Samson Ryan going up against Sapadolis on that occasion. Cooper Stevens, watch out for him this year, Cats fans. Going to be an exciting prospect. Try to put it towards the advantage of Panuccio. He's tackled. He's just able to get a handball away in the end. You want to involve for Richmond. Trying to feed a hand pass out. He went again. Was brought down in a tackle. And it was deemed holding the ball as well. Free kick against the Tigers. And maybe was that a bit of time wasting 15-metre penalty given?
From Biggie. Biggie Newen, who, I think tried to fox the umpire. Brett Roseberry, who can't be foxed.
No.
Can't fox a fox. Well, I don't know if you can, but I'm going to say you can't. And not to say Brett Roseberry's a fox. Is a fox a good analogy or a bad analogy? I'm trying to say he's a very good umpire.
He's a very
and he's got that one spot on.
Experienced
and
umpire.
marched the player to the goal square and allowed the major to be kicked.
Yeah, that's Liam Fiore who's kicked the goal. Number 80 for Geelong, boy from Shepparton.
Shepparton United, don't get that wrong, because he's that's a crosstown rival, Shepparton.
Yes.
From the town of Shepparton, but he's from Shepparton.
Of me, apologies.
Yes, he's from the Skene Street end of Deakin Reserve in Shepparton United.
Yes.
Parents own the bakery in Shepparton, which is very...
Really?
Yes. Good bakery as well.
Excellent.
Really a bad bakery that you find.
Certainly in country Victoria.
Yeah, exactly right. So, anyway, back to the football. 2 quick ones to the Cats.
Yes.
Neil and then Fiore.
Yep.
Fiore, I should say. And it's lived in the front half at the moment for the Cats. Where was the music across the first 4 periods between goals?
Yeah.
Not bad.
Geelong were a very good VFL team last year. The Tigers obviously claimed the VFL, the last, I suppose, official, the most recent official VFL premiership. So just weren't quite as strong last year, the Tigers at VFL level. Here's our first look at, though, at Sydney Stack. He's playing up in the forward line. Handball came out here, pounced on by Will Martin. And the kick towards goal hits the post. But, we're getting a good look at some of the Tigers that have been on the fringes of the team for a couple of years. I mentioned Will Martin just beforehand. He played 3 games last year. Noah Cumberland, who's coming off an ACL injury.
They're undersized in the back half of the Tigers as well.
Oh, great leap from Brown.
Yeah, so this guy will be very important. Tom Brown, who can play taller than he looks and is.
Advantage is paid, and the Tigers take it. It's Joel Nathan having a flying shot towards goal, and he's off target. The number 32 there for the Tigers.
Potentially just could have calmed down a little bit there, Nathan, but he's rush of blood, got the football, had some grass in front of him and thought there's only one place this is going, and a few little options ticked back at him, which he missed.
So just a few quirks to work with in these last 2 periods. So, for instance, Joel Nathan is wearing number 32, but Samson Ryan is also wearing number 32. There's a few sort of jumper double-ups in these last couple. A Sydney Stack can't quite keep it in. That's another minus score for the Tigers. There's 2 number 37s out there, McKelty Lafoe and Dylan Cook for the Tigers. You can tell the difference. Lafoe's 195 centimetres and Cook's 180. Long kick, Nevitt over the back. The draftee up high. Going to bring that one down. Mitch Nevitt, the number 10 for the Cats. One of the Geelong assistant coaches compared him, reminds him a little bit of Joel Corey when he first started his AFL career.
That'll be a handy alignment if his career aligned with Joel Corey, who's now doing some work with Fremantle as an assistant coach after a number of years with the Doggies.
Samson Ryan, inside 50. He kicks it and it's gone out of bounds in the full. So the Cats can reload from their back pocket. This will be Nick Stevens We'll switch it up. Angus Byrne on the left. Lovely left foot kick out of the fence up towards half back. Paddle there from Panuccio, hoping for Feely, but didn't quite come off. There's Rioli coming through. And Cook may have been tackled high there, so he'll have a free kick here for the Tigers.
In the VFL, these two sides, Richmond play Southport in round 1, and the Cats have the Bombers right here at GMHBA Stadium.
Yeah, exciting. Cats and the Bombers also making round 1 of the AFL2. A high free kick.
Is that game being played here?
No, that will be at the MCG, I'm sure.
The first time since 93 that the Bombers had to come down the highway last year, wasn't it?
Yes.
In front of no one, I'd assume. I can vaguely remember.
McCarthy's kick was intercepted by Brown, and it's back to Cook, who can have a second take at a kick inside 50. A lot of hoops jumpers back in defence, though. So the Tigers can build up here. This is Jorgensen, who unleashes a long left foot kick.
Holy
John
hell.
Jorgensen, he's really got hold of that, and it's through for a goal. How about that from John Jorgensen? Long left foot kick, and he's put through one against the grain here. It's Richmond's first goal of this fifth period.
Yeah, big finish, wasn't it? He's got the big drives. He lowered the eyes and then utilised the man, or the stand mark, or the stand rule, I should say, to get that extra 2 or 3 metres was all the difference, because Byrne went back and tried to get a fingernail on it, but just couldn't. So,
May have
big,
been
strong figure.
May have been Lachlan Street. In fact, there's 2 number 43s, and Jorgensen's 198 centimetres. So I reckon that's Lachlan Street who's put that through for the Tigers. So he kicks the first in this quarter.
I think you'll be forgiven for some little mishaps across the next 2 periods, Ben, with some of the confusion.
We'll do our best as Richmond take their lead to 15 points. Free kick here in the middle. Will be going the way of Will Martin. Inside 50. Gets the numbers in defence again. It's Nick Stevens intercepting. There'll be Nick Stevens that will mainly play across half back. He's spelt with a V, and there's Cooper Stevens, who's a PH in play predominantly in the middle for the Cats. Mark taken here by Jack Mentha from the Frankston Footy Club. Real live wire. Samson Ryan in front for the Tigers. Ball comes to ground, and they've got numbers here. The Tigers. Nathan, part of that handball chain. Cats able to win a free kick for holding the ball. And this is Jackson McLaughlin, who had a terrific 2021 VFL campaign.
Yeah, lively across half forward, as you'll just see here as he steps around the man on the mark.
And he kicks it long inside 50 as well. Ball comes to the pack here. This is Jack Evans. Outside of the boot there from Dempsey in the end, and it's gone out of bounds. But just on Jackson McLaughlin, Team of the Year last year, the VFL. They had a Team of the Year announcement despite no Premier being crowned. And he was also 5th in the Geelong Best and Fairest. And he's probably, you'd say, at the going into this season, maybe the best chance of being picked up from an AFL perspective. They've had a good record, Geelong VFL, of getting those players picked up.
Yeah, Atkins has come in. Tom Stewart clearly is one that's come off their program, but yeah, he has the attributes. He's only knee-high to a grasshopper, but gee whiz, he moves well, and he's got nous, and he does the defensive acts, which is so important in the front half, playing that small forward role.
Nathan's kick was hoping for Pickett, but that's just gone out of bounds. Fans have stuck around. Actually, a lot of fans have stuck around for the 5th and 6th periods as well, so good exposure, I think, for a lot of these players. Play in front of a good, healthy crowd, particularly because a lot of them haven't played in front of crowds the past 2 years.
It's the old school. When you get a crowd like this, it's so often the case. Sometimes there's only half the crowd filled. The more experienced winger will take the crowd side to absorb the atmosphere.
Yes, of course.
And send out the young buck to the far wing to enjoy the echoes of the empty stands. This is Ryan Abbott.
Yeah, it is. Yes, former Cat and Saint listed ruckman. His kick, though, has fallen short.
Plays local footy for the Leopold now. Ruckman, they're hard to find.
Yeah.
They are hard to find everywhere at the moment. So Ryan Abbott, I think, may have been happy to go on into the night and just enjoy some local football, but to give this Cats outfit an opportunity with some height, Ryan Abbott's fielded the call.
Jackson Davies, beautiful kick as well weighted. Mark taken by Cumberland.
I know that because he didn't answer Werribee call, which is disappointing.
Cats in the meantime able to intercept across half back. The kicks just didn't quite have enough juice on it. There's a couple of Tigers waiting to pounce. One of them is Lafoe. Gave the don't argue. Street involved again. Big tackle applied on that occasion by Cook to force a stoppage. Richmond leading by 15 points. Thanks for sticking around on KO Sports. 1.5 periods to go from GMHBA Stadium.
Oh, nice use.
Yeah, beautiful handball. Came out on that occasion by Judson Clark. And a high kick inside 50. Mark not quite paid that occasion. Nick Stevens able to rebound and kick, but the ball just pitched beautifully into the hands of Angus Hicks, who goes inside 50 past Cumberland. Nick Stevens waiting again there, and there is Jorgensen. I incorrectly called before. That's Jorgensen rushing it through for a minor score. Nick Stevens out towards Herbert, able to take the mark and play on pretty quickly. McCarthy, McLaughlin, all linking up via hand. Abbott has worked his way up to half forward. The ruckman's got a lot of space here to work with. Panuccio is inside 50. Just able to gather it cleanly in the end. May have been taken high, and in the end he can go back and have a shot for goal.
There's a nice little pattern there by Panuccio. He was leading back towards goal, and Biggie Nguyen had the leading lane sorted, and Biggie Nguyen just got blindsided for a second, and Panuccio came back at the footy and had good access to it, which put the back players from the Tigers under all sorts of pressure. Ends up with a high tackle, free shot at goal.
So Tom Panuccio was from the Murray Bushrangers. Wearing the number 64 here for Geelong VFL side. And it's a nice kick as well. So he's got his first for the day. And the Cats get one back and reduce the Richmond lead here at GMHBA Stadium.
So we've got to keep in mind that it's a 10-point game, but realistically for the last 2 periods, it is a 2-point game, isn't it? So Richmond started the 5th period with a 12-point lead, and the scoring has continued, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Having a look back at the Hawthorn-Collingwood scores from yesterday, I nearly had a hemorrhage when I saw the score at the end, 141 apiece. I was like, what's going on here? And they've played the six periods, as we'll do here, and I think we're going to have even more of a shootout here in Geelong across the 6 periods.
So now we're having a look at Lafoe in the ruck for Richmond, and there's got too many players in the centre bounce, Richmond, it looks like.
So that'll be a warning, you'd imagine?
Well, have they? No. Oh, maybe I think the player in Cook thought he had a free kick. It's all good. Neil, there wasn't a Geelong ruckman on this broadcast wing, so it's certainly a warning against the Cats. I think there was a 666 warning in the first, one of the first 4 periods as well. Don't know if that carries over into the 5th. Getting into some real technical errors here.
Speaking of repetitions and players managing minutes, Ben, you're doing a brilliant job here. You're thrust in the action. Lucky you've been doing some great work with the AFLW, and you're well primed for another big season across the winter.
Thank you, mate. I appreciate that.
I'm sure you are.
Yes. Sonzi has a good look at it here, the draftee, and he just misses. So Tyler Sonzi is a really interesting talking point. So talking to recruiters last year, on talent alone, he should have been a top 5 pick, but had some injury setbacks and probably didn't deal with the COVID enforced lack of footy going on. There's Vic Metro under 16 MVP. Everyone thought he probably would have been the first pick at that stage. Slid in the end into the back end of the draft, or pick 28 in the draft. But if it clicks for him at Richmond, and if it's going to click at any club, it might be at Richmond. He could be a bargain pick.
Yeah, and as we said, the ability for him to go up and play 1 VFL game and have 24 and kick 2 says straight away you can play against mature bodies. Yeah. So, and that was against a standalone side that
well-coached standalone side.
Yeah,
too.
a good standalone side a very team-orientated and a good bunch of boys to coach. They, a mature group. So a lot of the times it might be a false economy if they go out and play an aligned club that may have a lot of players between the age of 18 and 21, but this wasn't the case. And he stood up and was absolutely within the top 5 players on the ground that day.
So long kick here from the Tigers. It's been intercepted here by the Cats, and Neil has the ball in the middle of GMHBA Stadium. Short kick here to Mentha. Kick just fell short of his intended target. Here's Sydney Stack having a run at it. He's heavily checked there, by McLaughlin. And then just after that, Panuccio was heavily hit.
Panuccio, went down really quick. He need Stack in the head, and all coincidental.
Here it is on replay.
Yeah, but Panuccio went down as if...
yes.
It's good to see him back to his feet, because the more innocuous it looks, sometimes it can be as dramatic.
Cook to Henderson, inside 50. There's a free kick going the way here of Richmond. There's a hold off the ball. And this is John Jorgensen, the 198-centimetre big man, will have a look at the goals.
It's a great name, isn't it, John Jorgensen?
Yeah, love the alliteration. Very much so.
So John Jorgensen.
So developing key forward from Bandura. Really impressive athleticism for his side. Relatively new to the game, coming from a basketball background.
You know what he looks like? Matt Spanger.
There's
a bit of Matt Spanger about him.
Certainly.
Cult hero status already for John Jorgensen.
Did he kick it better than Max Spanger? Well, maybe not in this situation. He's hit the upright, but expect him to come on leaps and bounds, I think, with the VFL pre-season under his belt. Really exciting. 198 centimetres, so good.
That's something to work with, in a frame that is just going to explode by the looks of things.
So 11 minutes to play in this 5th quarter. Spearing kick out wide. Almost got a falcon there, Ben Lloyd. Long kick up towards the wing. Nicely shark by the Cats. Never involved there to Narkle. And a beautiful hand pass over the top to Panuccio. He's got a player on inside 50.
Could have used Narkle again.
He didn't use Narkle. It's kind of a nothing kick in the end because it wasn't to Fiore's advantage, and it's gone through for a behind.
Yeah, and you can just see already, and it's clear that the experience level isn't as high, but the Cats in the AFL, a lot of periods were absolutely running and gunning and using that extra handball more so than they have in the past, and just went away from it there on that forward 50 entry.
So the Tigers kick inside 50, and the mark has been taken here by LaFoe.
Off the spare player out the back.
And that is Cumberland, who has the sit and didn't quite take the mark, but just gets boot to ball. And Noah Cumberland, who's been on the Richmond list for a couple of years now, pick 43 in the 2019 draft, had an ACL injury that's sidelined him from any AFL action, but has come through the Brisbane Lions Academy system and kicking a goal on this occasion.
Yeah, good finish by Noah Cumberland. I saw him play live last year in a game against Collingwood at Punt Road, and it was a close game in the last quarter. Noah Cumberland absolutely turned it on, and I think he ended up kicking 5 goals on the day and being the difference in terms of Richmond's output on the game. From memory, Collingwood snuck the win, but he wasn't the complete difference in the game. But Noah Cumberland was absolutely a player in an understrength VFL make-up that day that nearly dragged them across the line. So he's got a bit of X factor. He's a hard matchup because he can play tall, and as you saw there at ground level, he's incredibly dangerous.
And when he came through the draft system, he was obviously running around the Brisbane Academy. He had the long flying locks and the long left foot. There's a lot of recruiters were reminded of Daniel Rich about how he played, but he's been playing forward a bit more at the Tigers. And as you mentioned, Mick, if he's hitting the scoreboard consistently, that's a real big threat. Here's Evans. This is Jack Evans up towards half forward, but intercepted by Nathan. Joel Nathan was a big part of the Eastern Rangers system when they made the grand final in the NAB League a couple of years ago. And the Cats, though, have been able to make the most of the Nathan turnover, and the mark has been taken inside 50 by Fiore, who can look for his 2nd goal of the quarter. Yeah,
lively start from Fiore. So, again, a lot of these boys that just very lean and young and developing in their own ways. So, it's been a nice start for Fiore.
From Shepparton United, from almost directly in front. Just leant back on that kick a little bit, but it's okay in the end. He kicks his 2nd goal, and it's goal for goal in recent times. The Cats get one back. Just on the VFL season in particular. So it's scheduled to start across the weekend, 26th to 28th of March as well. I'm sure from your perspective, Mick, you're just itching to get back in the game.
Happy to get back into it, absolutely.
Sure.
You've got a bunch of players that, and you have a huge amount of empathy for them for the last couple of years, in particular. The opportunity just hasn't been there. So, players at this time of year, we had a quick hit out last night, but more so over the next couple of weeks, we'll move into some more formalised practice matches, which by then you can just let their football and their own form do their talking, because there's been a lot of training, there's been a lot of talking, there's been a lot of ups and downs across the last period. Now it's just time to play and put the product out there.
It's a ball back in the middle. It's Palladis got the clear tap out there. Narkle trying to pounce on it. Nice handball from White. Retreating back, and the Cats go up towards half forward. Big thump away there from Davies. Tigers try to work it out. This occasion, Nathan got the handball away to Henderson. Kick here, Rioli, one-on-one with his teammate. Clever tap though. Rioli applies the tackle and wins a free kick for holding the ball. And the Tigers won't take advantage.
That's Rioli, who can use Stack, who's unopposed.
Saw Rioli kick a thrilling goal in the VFL last year that really put himself into AFL contention. Ended up playing a couple of games at AFL level.
Had some moments, didn't he? And he's one that they're going to pursue with for a long time, I'd imagine, because he just shows some signs that they're going to be absolutely electrifying long term.
Gee, the kick towards goal is just off target in the end from the Tigers through for another minor.
Yeah, Cumberland, speaking of Shep United, that's Angus Hicks, who's a Shep United product as well. And Cumberland may have just given him a little bit of lip service to say, from the pocket, mate, very subtly, just put it to the top of the square, please.
He's Nevitt for the Cats. Beautiful pick-up and a beautiful kick. He's found Fiore, who's presenting well.
Kick it to goals.
Oh, and Narkle is working really hard back, and he's going to use the momentum that he's generated and run into an open goal and put it through, and draws a great round of applause from the Cats fans, and they'll be thrilled to see Quinton Narkle back and in some good form here in the early stages of this practice match.
And that was Fiore again. It was a nice lead up. This time in the launch pad, probably 70 out. Big wind up, big ball drop from Fiore. It was a great kick. So just saw Narkle and saw the grass and kicked it to grass, and then that allowed Narkle just to keep flowing through naturally and waltz into an open goal, which the benefit of a replay might help me, but I felt like he hugged the left upright.
He did, very much
relatively tightly.
Yeah, he did. So it was at the end of the fourth period, and that was when a lot of the players changed. It was Geelong, Richmond, rather, with an 18-point lead, but the Cats, I suppose, seconds, you could say, have reduced it to 5 points during this fifth period of play. So Jorgensen having a run in the ruck. Tigers try to extract it here. And they do well. This is Massimo D'Ambrosio, who's turned the ball over, unfortunately, for the Tigers, and Dempsey's marked broadcast wing here for Geelong. Bad run with the injury, Ollie Dempsey. And obviously COVID-enforced interruptions as well. Just 6 games in the past 2 years for Dempsey, but he got picked up nonetheless in the draft. Great smother.
Full body.
Yeah, from Cumberland, that was in the end. Still the Cats go inside 50. Nuon gave away the free kick. Yeah, Abbott came out hard and strong on the lead, and will go back and have a set shot for goal.
Just makes it hard, doesn't it, to defend a big, tall 200-plusser with ball in the air so often. They can just get the Dukes out, full extension, and that'll draw the error from the defensive player, just trying to reach a little bit too vigorously and hit the arms, and that gives Ryan Abbott a shot at goal.
6 AFL games, Ryan Abbott, 5 with Geelong and just the 1 for St Kilda in 2020. And he's put that one through, Ryan Abbott, and the Cats take the lead in this, I suppose, best of 6 periods here. Abbott gets his first goal of the day, and big season coming up for him as well. And I think I vaguely remember when we were doing a game last year, Mick, Geelong's ability to welcome back players that have been on the AFL list, may have gone somewhere else. So we're talking to someone like Darcy Lang and Jackson Thurlow.
Yeah.
Matt Ling's going to be one of those players as well. He was with Geelong Falcons, went to Sydney's, come back to Geelong VFL.
Come back to the area and join. You know, they're really good in terms of, I suppose, accommodating their own, and it's how it should be in terms of, it's a hard environment to be in AFL football, and regardless if you play 0 games and be there for a couple of years or 300, you know, the ability of a club to welcome players back and understand that they're always one of them, you know, Geelong do that as well as any.
Caddy having a run in the middle, goes long inside 50, just over the head there of Cooper Jones. He's happy to see it over the line. So good to see maybe Josh Caddy having a bit of some time on the ball as well to try and boost his confidence. Played quite well at VFL level, given the opportunity last year. He's manning up on Mitch Nevitt at this stoppage. Be Jorgensen and Abbott to go in the ruck here. Abbott decisively down. There's a free kick for a hold that will go the way of Liam McCarthy for Geelong. The footer and across his goal face. And the Cats through Matt Lloyd.
It's a famous name, famous enough. Wrong end of the ground though for the traditional or the high-profile Matthew Lloyd.
Get it confirmed. I just wonder if that's Jake Lloyd's brother who's come through the Rebel system. But in the meantime, a free kick here for the Cats through Mentha, who's got Ben Lloyd on short. There's a 50-metre penalty paid by the umpire, and that was something you were keen to watch today, Mick, to see how many would be paid. It hasn't been an extraordinary amount paid.
There's only been the one, and Jack Rewalt took the honour.
Long kick inside 50 from Mentha, and almost plucked there by Fiore in front, who's been a presence in that forward half for Geelong.
I've noticed across the course of the afternoon that the stand rule, the umpires are taking that little bit longer to release the player from the mark, which is drawing quite a grieved nature from some of the players that are standing the mark.
Free kick for holding the ball. Abbott, the ruckman, took the advantage, had to snap the big man and missed in the end. And the Cats extend their lead by a behind. 131 plays 129. So good number of fans have stuck around for this one. That's a very, very interesting kick coming out of the fence, and it's been plucked by Fiore again.
Yeah, he's had a big term, so this will probably run us down. Well, absolutely will run us down to the end of the 5th period. And he's been the man over the moment to bring them right back into contention in terms of the match. So going from 2-goal deficit to maybe a 2-goal or 8-point advantage.
Good size at 196 centimetres, as that's been plucked on the line. Terrific mark by Dempsey, I think that is, in the right forward pocket. It is. So Ollie Dempsey is just going to be explained his options here about how he can play on and how he can snap, just as long as you're in a direct line. As I mentioned, hasn't played a lot of footy in the past couple of seasons, but still got drafted. Goes on the check side and just hits the upright.
So interesting there, because he could have actually opened up the angle and gone left side.
Yeah.
I didn't mind it because I feel like it is easier to do a check side like he did there than the actual left foot banana. So went with it, just missed it.
So that is, I don't know how you say it. It's the end of the 5th period.
It is, with 1 period to go, I'm told. Yes. I didn't know what I was getting myself into today, but it's been a very eventful and very fun and very a game full of explosion, hasn't it? So, been good.
Yep, we'll have one more period in just a few moments. Some more special comments from Michael Barlow, and lots of action between the Cats and the Tigers on the other side of this on KO Sports.
Out it here and put himself in more harm's way. No, he sensibly stays down.
Yeah. Colin Jasny is wrapped up there by Revolt. Maybe one final time here for Baker to snap on the left and kick the goal. And that will take us to the end of the 4th period. Terrific snap from Liam Baker. And that is the end of the fourth period. Nevitt, our first look at him. Nice little hand pass came out there, stepping through Cooper Stevens to Neil. The big ruckman has a look at the goals and kicks it like a small forward. Lovely finish from Shannon Neal. He gets his first of down in a tackle. And it was deemed holding the ball as well. Free kick against the Tigers. And maybe was that a bit of time wasting 50-metre penalty? So the Tigers can build up here. This is Jorgensen, who unleashes a long left foot kick.
Holy
John
hell.
Jorgensen, he's really got hold of that, and it's through for a goal. How about that from John Jorgensen? So the Tigers can build up here. This is Jorgensen, who unleashes a long left foot kick.
Holy
John
hell.
Jorgensen, he's really got hold of that, and it's through for a goal. How about that from John Jorgensen? Just fell short of his intended target. Here's Sydney Stack having a run at it. He's heavily checked there. Gosh, by McLaughlin.
The more innocuous it looks, sometimes it can be as dramatic.
Cook to Henderson inside 50. There's a free kick going the way here of Richmond. Nevitt for the Cats. Beautiful pick-up and a beautiful kick. He's found Fiore, who's presenting well.
Kick it to goals.
Oh, and Narkle is working really hard back, and he's going to use the momentum that he's generated and run into an open goal and put it through, and draws a great round of applause from the Cats fans, and they'll be thrilled to see Quinton Dempsey, but he got picked up nonetheless in the draft. Great smother.
Great smother. Full body.
Yeah, from Cumberland.
Have another crack at it here and put himself in more harm's way. No, he sensibly stays down.
Yeah. Colin Jasny is wrapped up there by Revolt. Maybe one final time here for Baker to snap on the left and kick the goal. And that will take us to the end of the fourth period. Terrific snap from Liam Baker. And that is the end of the fourth period. Nevitt, our first look at him. Nice little hand pass came out there, stepping through Cooper Stevens to Neil. The big ruckman has a look at the goals and kicks it like a small forward. Lovely finish from Shannon Neal. He gets his first of down in a tackle. And it was deemed holding the ball as well. Free kick against the Tigers. And maybe was that a bit of time wasting 50-metre penalty? So the Tigers can build up here. This is Jorgensen, who unleashes a long left foot kick.
Holy
John
hell.
Jorgensen, he's really got hold of that, and it's through for a goal. How about that from John Jorgensen? So the Tigers can build up here. This is Jorgensen, who unleashes a long left foot kick.
Holy
John
hell.
Jorgensen, he's really got hold of that, and it's through for a goal. How about that from John Jorgensen? Just fell short of his intended target. Here's Sydney Stack having a run at it. He's heavily checked there. Gosh, by McLaughlin.
The more innocuous it looks, sometimes it can be as dramatic.
Cook to Henderson inside 50. There's a free kick going the way here of Richmond. Nevitt for the Cats. Beautiful pick-up and a beautiful kick. He's found Fiore, who's presenting well.
Kick it to goals.
Oh, and Narkle is working really hard back, and he's going to use the momentum that he's generated and run into an open goal and put it through, and draws a great round of applause from the Cats fans, and they'll be thrilled to see Quinton Dempsey, but he got picked up nonetheless in the draft. Great smother.
Great smother. Full body.
Yeah, from Cumberland.
Have another crack at it here and put himself in more harm's way. No, he sensibly stays down.
Yeah. Colin Jasny is wrapped up there by Revolt. Maybe one final time here for Baker to snap on the left and kick the goal. And that will take us to the end of the fourth period. Terrific snap from Liam Baker. And that is the end of the fourth period. Nevitt, our first look at him. Nice little hand pass came out there, stepping through Cooper Stevens to Neil. The big ruckman has a look at the goals and kicks it like a small forward. Lovely finish from Shannon Neal. He gets his first of down in a tackle. And it was deemed holding the ball as well. Free kick against the Tigers. And maybe was that a bit of time wasting 50-metre penalty? So the Tigers can build up here. This is Jorgensen, who unleashes a long left foot kick.
Holy
John
hell.
Jorgensen, he's really got hold of that, and it's through for a goal. Thanks for sticking with us on KO Sports. We're 5 periods down, 1 to go from GMHBA Stadium, and it almost feels like a bit of a team relay in terms of the scoreboard. The sort of the senior, more seasoned players at the end of the fourth handballed it over to the VFL and the younger guys for the fifth, and so far the Cats have done well in the back half, the back third rather of this period. They kicked 6 goals for Geelong in that fifth period to Richmond's 2-7. So overall, that means we've got a 3-point lead for Geelong as we start this fifth period. Michael Barlow.
Absolutely, and so there's still a game to be won, isn't there? In terms of trial match, all that, the result is very much a byproduct, but you'll see two teams play to win towards the back end of this.
Nathan got the hand pass here for Richmond, but bounced on there by Dempsey. Sydney Stack tried to take on Nick Stevens and is caught holding the ball.
So well done, Nick Stevens. Like you mentioned, his second season, 2020 draft.
Second season, yes.
Oh, nearly a pop on top of the head there. So second season, young, developing player. He'll build into his body and build into his confidence, and hopefully more continuity of football at this lower level to allow him to make the next step.
Free kick paid to the Cats, and Mentha takes the advantage and goes high inside 50, but chopped off here by Jackson Davies. Short to Will Martin. Played 3 AFL games last year, Martin. Short to Sonsi. Tigers is working it across their back line here. Davies again involved. Hicks. So the Tigers conceding in that quarter, and that term rather. 6-4. Caddy up high. Strong contested mark from Josh Caddy. He might just be the most experienced player out on the ground, I think, at the moment.
He would absolutely be. I was just trying to figure out how long he's been in the system.
Yeah. This is one of the
12th year, I reckon.
Yeah,
11th year.
Certainly one of those early picks for the Gold Coast Suns. But this is good signs here for Richmond fans, because Samson Ryan, the big 206-centimetre ruck, has drifted forward and taken a mark and can have a shot for goal.
Yeah, an opportunity should expose itself to Samson Ryan across the season. You'd imagine Marby or Chol gone up to the Gold Coast. I think Samson Ryan may be from the Gold Coast.
Yes, he is from Queensland.
But yeah, now he's that next one in line behind Nankervis and Soldo, you'd imagine.
He's kicked the goal. So lovely set shot on that occasion from Samson Ryan, who gets one against the grain, because Geelong kicked 6-2 in that quarter. And now Ryan is able to put the Tigers back in front. But it might be another year of development for Samson Ryan, considering that Navan Soldo and Toby Nankervis seem to be a big part of the Tigers' plans.
Yeah, and there's not a huge amount of height out there at the moment. The longer this game has gone, the front half at the moment for the Tigers, Josh Caddy, he's probably the tallest player. Cumberland, we've spoken about, he's kind of that in-between hybrid type, and the other end as well. It's not afforded with a huge amount of height. Abbott and Biggie Newen in the goal square opposed to each other, then it's essentially the Mosquito fleet.
Well, Ryan was allowed to go up uncontested in the ruck, and he won the ball down to Martin. Bad bounce there for McCarthy, but the Cats have numbers behind. Matthew Lloyd able to get the clearing kick away. Ryan used his body well there just to put the advantage here of Brasher. And now inside, just inside 50, the Tigers have marked through Rioli. Probably just a touch too far out to score. He's got a player on short and Stack. He was sort of caught in two minds about whether to shoot for goal or pass off. In the end, the Cats happy to hack it out of defence. Dempsey underneath it was really set a task. Brasher tried to pounce on it, just out of Panuccio's hands. Mentha heavily met by Pickett and hit the deck hard. Bit of a
big hit, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
And Mentha, big frame, took a while to get up. It was just the perfect flush from chest to chest, and Marlion Pickett stood up in the contest.
That's a great little gather on that occasion by Streese, but turnover created here by the Cats. White hoping for Dempsey over the head. Fiore tracking back here with Brown. Tigers first round draftee tracking back. Mentha went in hard and low there. McLaughlin, classy little pick up there. Handball came off to Evans, but he's well off target with his left.
A little bit more time than he first thought, I think, Evans.
Looks like the goal umpire's having a bit of a break as well. Maybe a couple of trainers cracking the goals.
That's eluded me. And the umpires from, I reckon, the Geelong local leagues have come out for the last period to give themselves a bit of a crack.
Yeah, you wouldn't expect Brett Roseberry doing six periods today as Pickett went up high.
The old management for the umpires. Samson Ryan's down.
Yeah.
That was a big hit.
Nearly got stepped on the head twice there. He's very slow to get to his feet, the big man. Narkle, in the meantime, able to get a hand pass away. Comes out to Jones. As Matthew Ling on the ground.
Samson Ryan's still down.
Yeah. So the kick inside 50 has been intercepted by Davies for Richmond. Ryan just getting to his feet now in the hands of trainers. So just see him at the bottom of your screen there. Hicks marks, goes short. Here's Clark. I'd like to see Clark in the middle, up forward if he get the chance, but that's been intercepted by Abbott. And McCarthy goes inside 50. Ball hits the deck here. Pressure involved for Richmond and short to Hicks.
It's just been this exit kick for both sides when they've repelled defence, get the half back, and the options are caving in pretty quickly from there.
Long kick towards the wing. Caddy's
Nice.
there. That's a terrific intercept mark in the end, taken by Cooper Jones.
Can go all the way back. He's got a spare across half pitch, which might be Matt Ling, the former Swan.
This is Nick Stevens, who's been really impressive across the past few periods. As Dempsey gets the crumb off hands here. Couldn't quite find a teammate though. Tigers able to feed it out via hand. Davies to Pickett. Can't quite slip the tackle though. That's a terrific tackle. Pickett caught holding the ball.
Likes doing the tough stuff, Mentha, doesn't he? Yeah. Not afraid to get his hands at all dirty.
So Jack Mentha, this kick is probably where he is on the ground, a bit beyond him, but he's going to have a bit of a crack. And he has a good crack at it. And it's just off to the left for a minor score. And it's very casual, something very casual signal there from makeshift goal umpire.
Both sides have protected the corridor really well. A lot of the play and the offensive movement has been around the wings and the flanks. So defensively, protecting the corridor really well and not allowing any easy avenues through.
Oh. Nathan, that's was a bit unrealistic there from Fiore, but the umpire called play on from that marking attempt. Inside 50, Davies is there. New on board it to ground. Cook just overran the ball, allows McLaughlin a sniff here, and you don't want to give Jackson McLaughlin a sniff. He's just off target with that. It's through for a minor score. That's another one for Geelong. It's a 1 point differential between the two teams, and no doubt the two sides as well will be looking and be aware of that scoreboard consistently throughout this sixth and final period.
That's it. We've got a point. 18-26, 2015. So Richmond hugely accurate in the first 4 periods, and now they've just lost the compass a little bit.
Caddy, Stack, Rioli. Can we see him get on his bike? We can't.
Players are getting a lot better at that, aren't they? The fend come in, slap the arm, rip the arm apart, and gets rid of their balance to play with the ball. If you can get a wrap of the arm, that just halts their momentum altogether.
That was well done by Herbert to get the free kick. Now that's Ling with the ball there off half-back.
Famous name at the Cattery.
Yes.
More recently, I think the first of 4-year players, the academy of which is named now after Cameron Ling.
Great fly over the top, almost there from Nevis, using all his height there, up forward. Tigers have the numbers. Lafoe, Brown, great kick toward maybe just over the head of Caddy. The idea was right. Execution just had a bit too much juice on it. Yeah, it might be interesting to see if Tom Brown can work his way into the lineup early stages of the season. Described by Kevin Shifter-Sheen as Bailey Dale-like in terms of his ability to run and rebound. Yeah, run and rebound. But he also has that intercept game as well. Stack needs a good bounce here. Can't quite get rid of McCarthy. But then got back to his feet. Handball to Caddy. Great tackle again from Herbert. And he wins a second holding the ball free kick. Well played by Marcus Herbert.
And again, the first kick or the first movement of the football is out towards the flanks. So again, the protection of the corridor are really good. Love to see a side just try and bite off something through there and see if we can open up this sixth stanza.
Yes. Chalcraft with the kick. Mostly gathered in the end. Dempsey received the handball. And out of bounds. The trainer's not only doing the goal umpiring, but also the boundary umpiring.
Yeah, I can see, I think that's Andrew McQualter down. I think they've just portioned out the responsibility for this last period.
Cheating a bit with the front boundary throw in there. Handball from McLaughlin was nice. And the long kick inside 50 from Panuccio. Neal's underneath it. Yuan came through to thump the ball over the line and out of bounds.
He's got a reprieve on the rookie list, I think, Biggie Nguyen.
Yep.
After a couple of years with the Tigers. So,
pick 54 back in 2019.
A tough time for a young player to come into the AFL environment, isn't it? With hubs and the uncertainty and a lack of football down below. So they may be feeling like they're falling further behind with the lack of exposure, whilst others are getting further ahead. If you are, more advanced at that stage of your career and playing AFL football.
Stack will fly from behind here, but it won't quite get to him. But Mark was dropped, so allowed him to pounce. Tried to fend off. Able to get a handball away in the end. Street was also involved with a hand pass. High free kick is going to be paid. Going to be going the way of Dylan Cook. He's got Caddy short. So almost halfway through this 6th stanza. 18 and a half to play. Caddy puts it up, just hoping for a high flyer or a big contested mark. In the end, Street couldn't able to gather cleanly. Kicked the big goal in that 5th stanza did Lachlan Street with a booming left foot kick. Lafoe easily.
Ivan Maric throwing the ball in. One of the greats, one of the cult figures of Tigerland.
Mentha can't slip the Pickett tackle. He's played some big. It's Pickett v Mentha again. Have a bit of a smile, I think, the two players as Pickett gets to his feet. He's one of the players you love to play alongside, Jack Mentha. Came down from the NEFL, had a really good season with Frankston last year. Handball came out, poached there by Narkle. Holding the ball is called. The Cats can...
trying to open this one up a little bit, the umpires. They're not allowing any stoppages, looking to keep the ball flowing.
So Matt Ling has got the ball here. So he was a first-round draftee, picked up by the Swans a couple of years ago. Had a wretched run with the injury. I certainly felt that he was taken probably a lot earlier than expected by the Swans. A couple of years ago, I was certainly expecting to go in the second, third round. Just didn't click for him at Sydney, but he's come back to Geelong and he's sort of using it, hopefully, as an opportunity to potentially get an AFL lifeline. So hopefully it works out for Matthew Ling, who looks like he's selling in defence at this stage. Ryan couldn't quite win that down decisively. Narkle's had a lot of the ball in the past 2 periods, but that's nicely intercepted there by 20-year-old Jackson Davies. Rioli v Stevens here on the wing, and Rioli marks but has no room to move. Son of the great Maurice Rioli, Norm Smith medalist. Cook switches it to Pickett, who's really owned this wing. I'm trying to free up Brasher over the top, and that's what he does. And Brasher checks the kick, hoping for a teammate inside 50. The Cats well positioned in defence. And that, if there was a boundary umpire on the spot there, that would have been paid out of bounds.
And so often they say players should, try umpiring if they want some empathy towards what they do. And Ivan just missed one there. He's played a lot of football, Ivan, and may have given a few sprays to umpires across the journey. He's missed one there.
McLaughlin's missed that kick. It's intercepted by Brasher. The Cats have lots of numbers at the fall of the ball here, and McLaughlin is one of those. Panuccio needs a good bounce, and he gets a good one as well. Handballs over the top to Harris, back to Panuccio.
Good lead back.
Spears it inside 50. The kick was really well executed, but dropped in the end by Evans, who, he would expect him probably to gobble that, but it's one out of bounds instead.
Just floated in, didn't it? It was a really good pattern by Evans. Yeah, he didn't end up clutching onto the mark, but again, he was going back towards goal and then just turned on a thrippity bit and came straight back up at the kicker, and the kick may have wobbled a bit. Evans may have been able mark it anyway, but a nice little pattern.
Ryan down to Sonsi. The Tigers work the ball out to the wing again. Stack kick didn't really suit him, so he's got a bit of work to do now. He's got 2 cats around, and he can't slip the tackle of McCarthy.
He's tried that a couple of times, Sydney Stack, hasn't he? He's been in trouble, and the Cats defenders have been able to wrap their arms around and prevent him from fending off and using his explosive speed.
He's had a very good intra-club last week, Sydney Stack, and the Tigers have been thrilled with his pre-season. Hopefully it clicks for him in 2022. Chalcraft with a high kick towards half forward. Through the hands there of Fiore.
Here's Evans.
Evans trying to get the over to Panuccio, who went for a miraculous check side and hit the belly of the ball and kicked it out on the full.
It was building up as potentially the goal of the day.
Yes.
It was a nice build-up. Evans made good of his little mistake early with a deft little touch over the top to Panuccio, who went the inside outer and sometimes just heat of the moment, under pressure, adrenaline, though, can flow through, but he shinned it and it went 4 metres all to the left.
Hard to beat as well. Jed Bewes' goal from maybe the third stanza, I think it was. That was a terrific effort. Rioli flying from behind, did well to bring it to the ground. Hicks's quick kick forward has worked out well. Cumberland marks, and will want to get onto his left boot here. Gets around a couple of Geelong players and has ample speed and confidence here. Sweeps the handball to Hicks, who's kept on running. Over the top to Cook, who needs a good bounce. Gets it and gets the goal as well. Lovely finish that time from Dylan Cook, who gets his first of the day, and that was promising ball movement from the back half of the Tigers.
And a fairly credentialed goal umpire as well, down towards the players' stand end. Former Carlton coach, very former.
Oh, Teague.
Very recently former Carlton coach, and now Richmond assistant David Teague. So doing some work with the forwards at Richmond, assistant coach of the forwards. So I think they've manipulated that quite nicely to say, okay, I'll stand behind. He was actually having a nice little chin wag as if he was playing fine leg for Australia with the fans across the bench. Is he signing some autographs, or is the netting getting in the way? So a nice little festival-like atmosphere to finish off a pretty eventful day of football to wrap up all the trials across, well, not even the weekend, midweek to the early part of the weekend.
What is it sort of thinking back to the first 4 periods in particular, where certainly a lot of the interest in this game would have been? What are sort of your big takeouts, Mick?
Yeah, I think the Geelong side have established a few little nuances with their ball movement that are different from what we've seen across the last couple of years. There's a little bit more handball, and a little bit more urgency to I suppose propel the ball forward of centre quicker. That's all by changing angles and utilising that extra handball, as I mentioned. So I think the big takeaway was of that for Geelong, who ended up scoring 12 goals, 20 in those first 4 quarters, essentially.
What about from a Tigers perspective? What stood out to you?
Yeah, I think the continuity of the rucks playing together, Soldo and Nankervis, they were really good in front of the ball and in the air in the ruck, and they're just starting to build a connection where they can slide and call their own changes, and the ability to catch oppositions out. So both of them hit the scoreboard, and both of them had a fair bit of an impact in the ruck when they were around the ball. Here's Fiore, who might go back and kick his third, and the Cats will be after a key forward, you'd imagine, unless Tom Hawkins does a Tom Brady and plays till he's 44 in a few years. So putting up a nice little effort today, Fiore, who's put through his third.
Nice kick from Liam Fiore, who has 3 goals, gets the quick reply. This is going down to the wire. It's you look at the scoreline, you'd be sort of having to think that we're back to the sort of 70s and 80s scoreline. But that's over 6
Would have seen some scores like this at Cardinia Park in the days of Brownless and Ablett, who were kicking goals for fun.
Yeah,
would have been that the early 90s, and the 90s, all of the 90s. They would have been putting on big scores down here at the Cattery.
Yep.
In front of a very parochial crowd. They can get incredibly parochial. That's why it's such a fortress for them when they do play here. There's the dynamics and the dimensions of the ground, but also that home crowd is as I wouldn't say intimidating. You don't want to give them that kind of credit, but they are as enthusiastic about their team as any.
Ball back in the middle here. So just over 10 minutes remaining in this.
That's a scoop.
Six stanza, yes, and the umpire is, non-controlling umpires picked it out. Good to see the umpires working as a team. Pick up the free kicks as Martin goes to Samson Ryan, who kicked the goal at the start of
And here is
quarter.
Tom Brown looking for the handball. Wanted to see a bit of that Bailey Dale action.
Didn't quite come to fruition on that occasion as it thumped through for a minor score.
Not sure Teggy's got all the characteristics of a goal umpire at the moment, all the movements required, the discipline.
Certainly doesn't show the same energy as David Roden.
No, I think there's a few differences between David Roden's movements and abilities and agility, I would say, than to that of David Teague, the former coach of Carlton, Katandra product. Never a place. I don't think there's a place in Australia with more flies than Katandra.
Byrne with the kick along the wing. Never tried to use his body. Got his hands to it, but picked up there by Brown.
Nice.
Nuon coming back here. D'Ambrosio trying to get the 1-2 with Davies, but Geelong's tackling in these two periods has been a real feature of their game. Richmond able to follow up and force a stoppage at the edge of the centre square.
D'Ambrosio is a player from the Western Jets. I think still eligible to play as a.
He's only 18.
Top age or legitimate player in that competition.
Yep.
High end leadership.
Yep.
In that program, in close connection with Stephen Morris, the coach here of the Tigers.
So the Cats will have an opportunity here to send it back inside 50. Here is Mitch Nevitt, who was taken with pick 25 in last year's draft. Ran around with the long locks last year. He's trimmed them off once he's got to the AFL system. Fiore there waiting again, hoping for a fourth goal, but it's rushed through for a minor score, and it's back to a 1-point ball game with 8 minutes to go. Bit of excitement to finish off a long but exciting day here at.
And we've just ticked over the score from Hawthorn and Collingwood from yesterday, which was 1-4-1 apiece from memory.
Stack to Pickett, and Pickett sees some free grass to make note of here, and he goes inside 50. Cumberland got a hand to the ball, then keeps his feet, handballs it inboard. Rioli wants it, he doesn't get it. In the end, it's chopped off by the Cats. They clear danger. Stack, though, will send it back if he can. Just tries to sidestep his opponent. New on, short to Caddy. Just the 15 metres. Plenty of options lining up.
Yeah, can shift
here.
it.
Martin. This is Will Martin. Hoping for a lead. Goes short. Sonzi. Can kick a long ball, Tyler Sonzi. That's really been on the run. Now goes towards the pocket. 2-on-1 against Ryan. It's cleaned up here by Ben Lloyd. Over the top. Almost pinched on that occasion by the Tigers. And in the end, Brash is able to take the intercept mark into the middle. It's a good kick as well. Taken here by Street. Long left foot kick, hoping for Rioli. He got hands to the ball, but Geelong players have really got back in defence here. No easy kicks inside 50 for the Tigers. Pickett on the left to Stack.
We've got a Rioli again. He's a little patch to lead into, and his direct opponent read that very well.
Perhaps a tied kick from Stack on an occasion, and the Cats now can relaunch through McCarthy. The mark has been taken here by Ling, Geelong Falcons product.
Beautiful user, isn't he?
Yeah.
You can just tell, got all the mechanics. Left footers so often look a bit more aesthetically pleasing than the right footer, but from the small sample size I've seen today, yeah, very classy with ball in hand.
Ling gets it back on the edge of his defensive 50, working with Matthew Lloyd.
As I say it, he shanks one.
He does. Oh, Pickett again going in hard. He really hasn't held back in this game.
That may have been a little bit stiff. Yeah, look, it was a pretty brutal hit, but it might have been in between rib and hip.
And the Cats, well, gosh, they were off, particularly in the hands of McLaughlin if it got there, but it's gone out of bounds on the full, so the Tigers can breathe a sigh of relief. And Brown marks, and finds Martin just outside the centre square. Quarter play on now. Tigers will retreat all the way back to Nathan. Brasher into the defensive 50 to Davies. Hicks just inside the paint. keeps it alive. So both teams are struggling to move the ball with fluency in the past few minutes. 1 point ball game. Ryan will meet it first, and he meets it and didn't quite.
Got a good chunk of it.
Have enough of it, according to the umpire. So just outside the 50-metre arc here. Lots of Geelong fans in the house hoping they can get one final goal to overtake the Tigers. Fumbled there by Clark. Narkle got a handball away. Nevitt clears. Dempsey will meet it first for Geelong. He's got Brasher for company, and he's scored it over the line. And Ivan Maric working the boundary hard here, the Richmond assistant coach. He must do some ruck coaching if he wanted to from the boundary throw in on the fly. Abbott, though, has the size advantage here over Lafoe. Went past him into the hands of McLaughlin. Handball, though, will favour Brasher at the back. Smothered by McLaughlin. He's always so busy. Brasher just able to get a handball away to Hicks, and Clark marks. Very exciting player, Judson Clark from the Dandenong Stingrays. Burst on the scene last year at the in a Vic trial game where he kicked 5 goals, and he looms as a real fan favourite. Pick 30 in the end, taken by the Tigers. That's can rebound. Dempsey in front of Newham. Stevens just on over the top. Just over 3.5 minutes remaining in this game. Lafoe will be almost a sole flyer. Brasher came there as well. Strong from Nevitt. That's one of his best traits, is his ability to get his arms up and free and handball off to the outside runners. Tackle applied there by Mentha, ensuring that Sonzi got a bit of an introduction to AFL level. Abbott tap towards Dempsey's advantage, just overran it in the end. Geelong fans wanted a free kick, still full of voice. Hicks to Rioli, just out of his reach. He's had a lot of balls gone in his direction, but not to his advantage in this 6th period. And you get the sense, Mick, there's a lot of tired bodies out there at the moment, not a lot of free-flowing play.
Yeah, there's a lot of players around the ball, and it's just going to take one bit of class here, I think, to finish it off and give one of the teams the result.
Sydney Stack tries to provide it, but that kick had a bit too much juice on it. Hicks centres it. Dangerous here for the Geelong defence. In the end, Ben Lloyd got it. Rioli applies the chase down tackle and forces a rush kick. Abbott tries to keep it alive for the Cats. Hamill had too much juice on it, and now McLaughlin has a chance. Looks up and sees some free Geelong players. Dempsey marks.
3. There's two on one, and he's hit it well.
Fiore marks. He's paid it, or a free kick, take your pick.
And no one's really told the crowd that the game's for sheep stations, essentially. Tell you what, this guy's had some little play at the last bit, and pretty much been the difference. If he can go back and slot this one, this would be goal 4, or maybe 3 or 4.
Yeah, this will be for goal number 4.
4, yeah. I've got to back myself in with that.
Yes.
I'm only working back into the commentary into a new season, but he's given off one as well. So big moment. This could be it.
And expect a strong crowd reaction as well if he kicks it. And he kicks it. Cats fans are thrilled. They take the lead with 1.5 minutes to go in this 6th period. We're going down to the wire at GMHBA Stadium.
That we are. So we're going to watch out to see exactly what the Tigers do here. And I'll tell you what they've done. Josh Caddy said, I'm going to go in the middle.
Yes.
I think that's what he's going to say. Push someone forward. And he's going to try and win this game by getting a clearance and getting it in there to 6-6-6 in front of the ball. Yes, he's just... If we get a piece of vision of that, Josh Caddy's just pointed at one of his teammates to get out. Get out. I'm in. Hit it to me. I'm going to kick it down there. And the fruit that you will bear from that you may be one of the 6 that get an opportunity to kick the winning goal.
Very nice.
Was young Cook,
yes,
who is flicked forward. It'll be interesting to see what the Richmond forwards do here as well. You'd imagine they should be pulling nice and deep as the Cats forwards will get in and try and get nice and high into support.
Yeah, it's a practice match, but there's 45 seconds left in the game and there's 5 points the difference.
Caddy, here he is. He's going to whack it forward.
Nice.
Where's Cook?
Caddy goes for Rioli. Couldn't quite get there. Ball punched away from him. And the Cats can clear momentarily, and they've just done enough.
26 seconds is a long time, Ben.
Ball in the middle here at GMHBA Stadium.
Oh, got to keep it in.
Abbott got a handball away. Ryan met it. Narkle picks it up. A little bit of class from Narkle. Kick smothered off the boot. Pouncing on it there is Evans.
Would be curtains,
and that will be curtains now. They'll take it away. And Mentha can have a good look at the goals or pass it off. Take your pick. It's thumped through for a minor score on the siren. And Cats fans are ecstatic.
Oh, they're over the moon.
After 6 periods, the VFL and Young Gun team has seen overall, they've taken the baton from the AFL and more senior guys, and they've got the win by 5 points in the end, 147 to 142, Mick Barlow.
Yeah, they took the baton out by 12 from memory. Again, it's been a long day. Look at that scoreline. It's more like, I don't even know how to describe the scoreline. 20-27, 147, 21-16, and they will play the song.
Yes.
Which is a nice feel of nostalgia that footy's back. And footy's back in the flesh.
Yes.
Across all levels. So we've seen a lot of players take the field today, and a distinct style shift, I think, in terms of the Cats ball movement in particular.
Yep.
The rest of their ability to defend and whatnot was fairly similar to what has been in the past. They restricted Richmond in terms of scoring opportunity, but Richmond were far more efficient in front of goal across those first 4 quarters than the opposition were. So an enjoyable day at the footy, and the fans will go home with a smile on their face, knowing the footy's back, and it'll ramp up even to another level next week.
Yeah, great to see the likes of Tyson Stengel back today, kicked 4 goals. Players coming back from injury, Ivan Soldo in particular, Tom Stewart also having a good run around as well. But in the end, it was the Cats getting the victory by 5 points. Mick, I think go have a stiff drink.
That'll be nice tonight,
yes.
I think. Get home. I've got a wedding next Friday, Ben. I've got to write a best man speech, so I've got to go prepare that. So I'll need a little bit of motivation for that. But it's been a good day. It's been good to be back. Yes. And thanks everyone for joining us via the KO Network. It was a very good day here at GMHBA Stadium.
And on behalf of the entire hard-working team in Mick Barlow, this is Ben Waterworth signing off where the Cats got the win by 5 points. Good afternoon.
Now, don't forget, round 1 is just around